Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for coming. It is really my honor and pleasure to sit next to and stand next to my dear friend, Rabbi Yaron Reuven, who has been involved in the Kiruv world for quite a few years and have, Baruch Hashem, extreme success rate. And it's really a zechut that I have that I could stand next to him and I could, speak about a topic which is very interesting that not too many people speak about this in English. In Hebrew, you have quite a few, but in English, for some reason, people don't speak about it. And I was wondering why. It's very interesting because usually what do people speak about? People speak about topics that will bring them, let's say when they post lectures online, something that would give them, good views. Maybe a lot of people would listen to it. They'll be able to do a lot of kiruv with it, a lot of chizuk with it. What's interesting is that there is so many people interested in this topic. So many. It's one of the most popular shiurim online, and yet, even more so, they have so many people that I had personally emailed me that they did Teshuva for the classes that we gave on this topic. Now, I still don't understand why people, is it an uncomfortable topic? Yeah, maybe it's a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe it's the type of personality you need to be able to speak about this. But when you think about the importance of something, and that's really what I want to go through, to understand the importance of it, and the way that I like to break this up, because we don't, we're each going to speak for a short period of time, and then we're going to open up for a Q&A. The way that I like to break this up is really into two different categories. Number one, to show the importance and severity of this. And number two, once you know the importance and the severity of it, then you can figure out, okay, now what's my way of correcting it? If you don't know that something is bad, then why would you ever change it? If you think, we've had this time and time again, where people say, what's wrong with it? If you grow up in the secular world, not only do the people tell you that it's not wrong, they tell you that it's healthy, that you're supposed to do it, it's really positive. Anybody who's involved with anything in the science world knows that science always changes also. Just look, my famous example is where to put a baby. The back, the side, I don't know why I'm looking at this side. This is the only side that's going to actually know what I'm talking about. But if you put the baby on the back, you put the baby on the side, and they're always switching. First the back, then the side, then the stomach, and it's always switching. Somebody who's always flip-flopping, why do we always run to them the second that they give an answer about something and be like, it's healthy. No, wait, it's not healthy. Cigarettes used to be healthy also. So, the thing that we have to understand, step one is, what is the significant issue in this matter of wasting seed? What is the significance of this? So, and this morning when I woke up, we saw an email, and I saw, Rabbi Reuven already answered it. People ask the question about, is this really a modest, is this really a modest type of class to speak about this? I want to share with you. Then I saw this. I was like, Baruch Hashem, the Rabbi Reuven answered it because, I want to quote you through something, word for word from what Rabbi Aaron Kotler says. He said there are many people who refrain from speaking about these things under the pretext of modesty. And he says, may heaven help us in such a fallen generation as ours, where everything is exposed without shame in the open, to speak about holiness and modesty. This is considered an affront to modesty? Can there be a greater deception and part of the evil inclination than this? He says, on the contrary, it is an absolute obligation to speak about these matters in public. Again, I ask, why is not more people speaking about this? The Pele Yoetz goes on and says that the main reason, and I think this is really the main reason why people do anything bad in general, it's sin-wise, is that it's ignorance. People don't know the severity of it. If somebody goes and understands the severity of something, they will refrain from doing it. If you go to a certain country and they tell you if you do X, your punishment is $5. If you do Y, your punishment is 20 years in prison. Now, if you realize, okay, I would rather mess up in X than mess up in Y, because Y is more significant, the punishment is more severe. So, when you understand the severity of it, it's easier to start fixing this type of sin. And it's very unfortunate, ever since I gave this last class on this topic, I've gotten so many responses, Baruch Hashem, and I said this before, but now I could say it with even a stronger conviction. People think that it's only with the single people that this is a problem. It's not true. It's a single, it's a married, it's a divorced, it's everybody in between has problems with this, with this sin. The Shulchan Aruch, let's start off with the halacha. Very simple, basic halacha in Even HaEzer. Says like this. It says, Asur lo hotzi shichvat zera lebatala. It's forbidden to go and waste seed in vain. Ve'avon zeh chamur mikol avorot shebatorah. And this is the worst, maybe you didn't hear me. This is the worst sin in the entire Torah. So when you think about something like this, it should maybe ring a little bit of a bell. Be like, well, maybe I should look into this. Maybe if this is a problem, let me see what I could do to change it. You don't want to be the one that does the worst sin on the Torah. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein says also, he brings it down, that this is a sin from the Torah. Not that it makes a difference. It's a rabbi sin, people, ask me, they come and say, this is not allowed. But, like rabbinical or biblical? I'm like, what's the difference? What's the difference? But even if you want to say this is a biblical sin, this is a sin that's not Torah, and the punishment is misah b'dei shemayim. It's a death from the hands of heaven. This is not a light. Maybe you guys didn't realize this is not going to be a light class, right? This is going to be some heavy duty information that will be going on. Rabbi Yaakov Abu Chatzal, a big Mukubal, ancestor of the Baba Sali. He goes and he says, the parasha of Bechukotai, where it goes and says all the punishments that a person's going to get if they violate the Torah. You know what it stems from? It all stems from the transgression of the brit, the transgression of the sin of wasting seed. That's what it all stems from. In fact, the Zohar says it again, that all the troubles that befall a person are caused by the sin. So this right away, I could stop this class within like the first 2 minutes and it should already be enough. But let's go on a little bit more. The Zohar says that the flood, the generation of the flood, it was only sealed for destruction once they committed the sin of wasting seed on the ground. Otherwise than that, they still had some hope. This is where it gets a little bit interesting when people like the Kabbalistic stuff. The demons, right? The Zohar says this, the Kavayasha brings it down, it says this in numerous places. Demons, we're not going to get into it, I have a whole class in it and like what it means regarding the demons and what is it to nowadays. But when the Kabbalah tells you something about demons, it's not something that would be like, well, okay, I'll try it out, see how it goes, maybe we'll make a friend, maybe I'll get that. It doesn't work that way. The majority of a person's troubles and suffering stem from sins that because of the demons that they were created from those sins. Now, the Kabbalah Yashar goes and says that the demons, let's go a little bit back. The Tefillah of Arvit was instituted in order to prevent this type of problems from coming. And it says in the Kabbalah Yashar that the Tefillah of Arvit was instituted because of the Erev Rav. It was because of the Erev Rav. Who are the people that tell you that it's okay to do this, it's not a problem, even according to the Torah, it's okay? These are the people that they call themselves, I'm sure that no one here, everyone even knows about these rabbis that say, like it's okay, it's not a problem, it's healthy, the Torah didn't really mean this. They start giving all these, against the Zohar, against the Gemara, against everything else, they go and say, this is when you speak about the Erev Rav, the people that manipulate the Torah, the people that don't tell you what it is, the requirement and the obligation of the Torah. Those are people that go and they decide to be reformed. They're going to go, you don't have to be called reformed to be a reformed person. You go and you change it based on your own, free will, intuition, whatever it is that the mood you're in. The Shnei Luchot HaBrit, the Shlach HaKadosh, says that somebody who commits this sin and does not do tshuva. By the way, everything that we're saying tonight is referring to people that do not do tshuva. If you do tshuva, then you're safe from all this. But says the Shlach HaKadosh that these type of people do not get resurrected from the dead. There's no Tchiyat HaMetim. Also, these type of people bring death and plagues onto the world. This is probably, if you ask me, probably the most scariest part of it. That someone who commits a sin and doesn't do tshuva, his son will be evildoers, and they will come out to be heretics, kofrim, reformers, and atheists. That's what's going to be of this person's children. Now, I don't know, I'm as a father, I don't know how many people are our parents, but when you have something that they say your children are going to be affected by it, if you love your child, you will think twice about this. And if you don't have children, then think about your future children. The Gemara Nida says that it's considered if somebody went and spilled blood. Murder. It is considered murder. In fact, the Zohar says, and this is even worse than murder. Murder, you go usually and you murder other people's children. Here you're murdering your own children. It's your own children. We'll soon see how this works out. The Gemara Nida also says as if you served Avodah Zarah. Furthermore, your soul goes into waste. This person never leaves Gehenom. There are plenty of sufferings that come from this. The mazal of a person, mazal in Hebrew is mem zayin lamed. What does it stand for? The Kabbalists tell us it stands for motzi zera levatala. I speak a lot to the Russian crowd and very into mazal. Shabbat, not as important as mazal, The fact that I can, what do you mean? Is it skula for panasa? Yeah, I'm like, but you don't keep Shabbat. Yeah, but what about the salt that's on the table? Like, this is going to give me panasa. Shabbat? No, don't worry about it. The salt, that's what's going to give you money. When you want to know something, you want good mazal, you want good luck, It's a terrible translation, but you want good luck. Mazal, motzi zera levatala, destroys your luck. It destroys your mazal that you have. Even if you had something good, you're destroying it. The Lokach brings down that somebody who is regularly guilty of this has a very, very big problem with anything that he does. He's not going to have success. Not going to have success in all this. And this is said numerous times. If you want to know what something that brings you into poverty, makes you lose money, it's this, wasting seed. Now, the Chafetz Chaim goes and says, speak to a lot of people about this, especially more in the modern world. They don't want to get married yet. Why? They're not established yet. They don't have a panasah. They don't have money yet. They want to wait until they get married and they have a successful business. They're a multi-billionaire. They have a jet, a yacht, and everything else in between. Until then, they're waiting. Meanwhile, they're 30, 40 years old. No one's interested anymore, and they're still, broke in the bank. The Chafetz Chaim says, your gains are offset by your losses. Because when you're single and you cannot avoid this sin and you're falling in this sin, then you're not going to be getting anywhere. You're running around in a circle. You want panasah, but you're losing the panasah. You want to get married young. Obviously, you have to be mature enough. There's a whole discussion that has to be, just in a separate topic on that. But if somebody goes and thinks, I'm not going to get married yet because I don't have a panasah, you're going to lose it yourself. You're just going to lose the panasah by the sins that you do when you're single. Probably the most powerful thing that you could say, and I know I'm going to say that again and again, in regard to this, is imagine every time someone does a sin, you lose 10 grand from your bank. Imagine that. Now, even if you want to say, all this Kabbalah, I don't know if I believe in it, it's so severe, it's so that. When it comes to money, people are very particular. Very, very particular. You go and you get to speak to a lot of people. When it comes to money, everything is like, wait a minute. They're the most machmir. Anything that they could do in order not to lose money. Maybe this is going to give me bad luck. So even if you want to say, no, I'm telling you it's 100% true, you can take it to the bank. This is what the Chazal, the Chachamim tell us. There's no way that this is written in numerous sources. But even if you're one of those type of people that always has doubts and questions, on the chash, on the possibility of maybe this is not true, would you want to take that risk? Would you want to take that risk of everything that I just said? Is it worth it? Is it worth it for you, a few moments of pleasure, to go and destroy your entire future? Is it? You think about that for a second. The Sha'ar Kavanot goes and says that each drop of semen has a soul attached to it. And the Kaf HaChaim says there is no other sin other than this that creates as much demons as this. And I'm not going to quote you the Zohar because we're short on time, but that if you want to know the amount of it's a lot of bad stuff happens with this sin. The flip side, the power of somebody who is shomer HaBrit, somebody who goes and fixes himself on the sin, somebody that goes and is able to, refrain from falling into the sin, will merit to have holy children that are also careful in Shmirat HaBrit, that are also careful in this sin. The Gemara in Reuven, page 19a, says Avraham Avinu goes and he takes the people out of Gehenom, out of hell, for the people that are careful in this and don't fall out in this sin. Like, could you imagine how much protection? Just like it's so bad, you should also know anything that's so bad, the flip side, the power is so significant as well. When Mashiach comes, the people, we hope that Mashiach should come very, very soon, and it shouldn't be as the amount of troubles that's going to be at the end of the days. Because if we do tshuva, it will be easy, it will be good. But if chas v'shalom, when Mashiach comes, and it's going to be very bad, the people that are shomer HaBrit, they get saved from this. Now, the Torah doesn't tell you this about every sin. Specific sins have specific powers. The Zohar says that there's a certain angel by the name of Duma that goes and oversees Gehenom, hell. And if somebody is very, very careful in this sin, they don't have the jurisdiction to do what they would like to with this type of soul. So you're gaining protection. You're gaining panasah. You're gaining everything. And what are you risking everything for? A few moments of pleasure. A few moments of pleasure. There's furthermore, the Chazal tell us that somebody who is careful in this, somebody who goes and is able to refrain from this, is in a constant state of happiness. And nowadays and age, anything that could bring you happiness, trust me, I speak to a lot of people, and I'm sure that Rabbi Reuven can attest to this. The number one questions that I get is always about this depression and the sad and anxiety, all this psychological issues. Now, even though the possibility of this helping you, even at 1/10, people going and they're doing homeopathic and they're doing everything far and wide. You have over here a known skula. You want to be happy? Refrain from this sin. Refrain from this sin. Think about something like this. A lot of this, it's hard for somebody to go and think about it in the practical sense. Let's talk about it a little bit on a practical sense, on what will make a difference to you in your day-to-day life. When somebody goes and let's explain it this way. I think this is the easiest way to explain it. In heaven, you have a meter. Everybody has a bunch of meters. A bunch of meters regarding all the things. How much money you're going to make, how much health you're going to have, how much panasah you have. I believe the Baal Shem Tov brings it down. How much, nachat you have. Everything is full of meters. And you have a certain amount. Everybody has a certain amount, like they do in the video games. You have certain ammunition. You have certain health. You have certain whatever else that you have. Shield. I don't know. It's been a while. But, you have all these things. The pleasure that you have will be coming to you. You have two ways of getting it. You could get it legally, or you could get it illegally. And I think this is probably the most powerful way that can refrain you from going and preventing you doing the sin. Because you think about it like this. If somebody goes and it takes a pleasure, let's speak about money. Money is the easiest way to understand it. Let's say that year God said on Rosh Hashanah, this person is going to make $10 million. And this person, very money hungry, he's hustling and dealing, and then he comes across a deal. And this deal is not kosher, not even by the tiniest bit. And he's thinking about it. He says, listen, I could make $10 million from this deal. He's like, should I do it? It's really not right. I'm a good Jew. I don't know what I should do it. I shouldn't do it. Then he goes and he decides, you know what? I'll do it. I can't. The temptation is too great. He goes, he gets the deal, he steals the $10 million, and he gets away with it. Now, when he goes, and first of all, the fact that he got away with it just means temporary, because he's always looking over his back. The IRS, the FBI, anybody else in between, depending how he made the money, he's always looking over his shoulder. The second that there's a siren, he's jumping, his heart rate is going up. He's not enjoying the money as if he would have done it, legally and kosher. So imagine he goes after 120. He's sitting on his deathbed and he thinks about that one big sin that he did, that $10 million deal. That made him. He was able to invest in real estate and he made it after that. And he's thinking about it, he says, you know what? It was a bad thing, but look at me. I built an empire from it. You know what? It was worth it. He gets up to Shemaim after 120. You know what God's going to tell him? He's going to tell him, you fool. You are going to get that $10 million either way. You had an option. You were going to get it legally or illegally. Now that you got it illegally, now you are punished for it in this world because you're always looking over your shoulder. You couldn't enjoy the money. You couldn't enjoy the pleasures that it gave. And now you're going to lose in the next world. If you have the ability to do something, you can enjoy it here and there. You cannot steal something that is coming to you. You cannot steal pleasure. If you take it illegally, it's going to go away for you the legal way. So imagine you're single, and you're going and you're committing this type of sin. And if you're committing this sin, you are stealing from the pleasure that you're going to have with your wife, B'ezrat Hashem, when you get married. And the same thing goes on the flip side. If a woman goes and dresses immodestly, when a woman dresses immodestly, so it goes and the guys go and they look. They shouldn't, but they look. So she is getting a little bit of pleasure from guys looking. Maybe not. Okay, we're not going to get into that. I know a very sensitive subject will be, woman just for women and, whatever it is. We're not going to get into that. But the bottom line, this is what it happens. It happens. The guys go and derive pleasure from it. And they go and they appreciate it. What does that take away? There's a certain amount of people that are going to appreciate this beauty. Is it going to be random people in the street? It's going to be Julio and Jesus? Or is it going to be a husband? Who do you want? Who do you want to go and to appreciate your beauty? You have a certain meter. You want? Take it from the kosher way. You don't want? Stealing from yourself. You're stealing from yourself. You can get punished in this world and the next world. Now I'm going to ask you, what's the purpose of it? Is it worth it? Is it good? Is it beneficial? If you think about it, everything in life, you have to think about it logically. Not emotionally, logically. When you think about things logically, it comes in a different perspective. Is this the right choice? Should I do this or should I not? Is it going to benefit me or is it going to lose me? Oh, but I'll have some pleasure in it right now. Okay, you want to be smart. Any smart businessman knows that they don't jump on every little deal that maybe will make them money. They go and they do things very methodically. They do a lot of research. And they go and they say, is this going to give me money or is this going to make me lose money? Oh, what about in 5 years? What are the good businessmen? They go and they wait for like the big deal that's going to pay off even in 15, 20 years. They'll wait. They'll wait because they know that this is going to be worth it. So now we have to figure out, now that we understood the severity of it, we have to go and have to try to figure out what is the tshuva. Let's say somebody messed this up already. Let's say somebody did it. They didn't dress modest. They did this with the sin of wasting seed when they were younger. How do they fix it now? Now, before I get into this, I have to, this is questions that I get quite often. that the Zohar says something very scary. The Zohar says in Pashat Vayechi that Teshuva will not help for this sin. So they say, what's the point? I'm a done deal. You ever had this, someone tell you this? I'm going to Gehenna anyways, what's the big deal? That person has to be locked up in a mental institution, the people that say that. It's like the person that, accidentally taps a cop. And, as he's walking, and he says, well, I already touched the cop, might as well as kill him. Might as well just go on a killing spree. Like, what does one thing have to do with another? Just because you're going there, you're ready that you're going to, the finger is bleeding, might as well take off the whole hand. Like, where's the logic behind that? Where's the logic? So when you go and you hear something like this, the Zohar says that there's no Teshuva there, what are you going to do? Depressing. It's going to be like, that's it, it's done. It's a done deal. So, I want to share with you, this is the problem when people go. They don't learn anything of anything. They start learning Kabbalah, and they don't know what it means. They have to go and you have to learn from your rabbis. You have to learn from the big tzaddikim. In order to understand, people don't understand the Gemara. They're learning first the Zohar. They're learning first the Sha'ar Kedusha. They're learning first the Sefer Arizal, and then they go and they don't even know how to read, and they already know all the Kabbalot, all the Sfirot and everything. Like, where are you going? You don't know what you're talking about. How are you going to understand something if you don't understand the basics? So, the Sha'ar Kodesh says that a person should not fall into despair if a person fell into the sin. And he goes and he quotes his father, and he says, in the generation of the flood, they committed this sin. But yet, what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu tell Noach? He says, build it slowly, the ark, for 120 years. Why? If there's no way of doing tshuva, done. Finish with them already. Why are you going and destroying them now? So the answer is because Hashem wanted them to do tshuva. But they did the sin that does no tshuva. The answer is there is a tshuva, but we have to understand what this means. Rav Chaim Kanievsky was also asked this question, and he says, of course, tshuva helps. Rav Chaim Vital, I want to share with you, Rav Chaim Vital, Sha'ar Kedusha, he goes and he says, and he explains like this. B'Shem Arizal. He goes and says, all sins have, when you do tshuva, you get help, you get assistance from God to do this tshuva. This sin, you don't have assistance. Meaning, what does it mean that there's no repentance for this? Meaning that there's no assistance to repent for this. Meaning that it's difficult. Yeah, it is difficult to do this tshuva. It is. It's a process. And you ask anybody that has ever started this, it's an up and down fight. It's a battle. But that means that's the way that it's supposed to be. That doesn't mean that there's no tshuva in this. That means that there's no assistance in this tshuva. The Baal Tanya, Rosh Zaman of Ludai, goes and says that what it means is, he goes and explains the Zohar, that it says that when it means no repentance, it means that generally you could get repentance if you have fear of punishment and you do the tshuva based off the fear of punishment, you'll be able to, suffice with that. To a certain level. Obviously you have tshuva haba, tshuva meira, whatever, we're not going to get into that. But over here, you need to have a higher level of repentance. In order to be successful in this, to have a true repentance, it has to be from ahava. It has to come from love. So now the question is, how to do it? How are you supposed to do tshuva? I have to first start off with saying the basic tshuva is a very, very simple tshuva. Number one, stop doing it. Number two, regret. You have to regret it. Number three is you confess it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You don't have to go to, if you want obviously direction, you go to a rabbi, but you don't have to say, Rabbi, I've sinned, you don't have to get, give tzedakah over here. If you want to, it's good and it's more beneficial because a rabbi could direct you. But what you have to confess is you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You have to go and talk to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But now, I have many, many people that they come to me again and again. There's a question, that again I want to answer it now. I try. I do the tshuva, I do this, and I still fall. It's not helping. They say they do everything. They do Kriyat Shema, they'll cover the feet, they say the 4 Parkei Tehillim, they do everything of everything. But there's one thing that they always leave out. And that is what the Mishnah Berurah says. To atone for the sin, one has to increase in his limut Torah. You have to increase the learning Torah. I've yet to have somebody says, I failed, and I cannot do tshuva on it, and I even learned Torah. I always look for that. Someone tells me, I tried to do this sin. I did everything. They list everything. I never find that in the list. You have to increase your limut Torah. That is one of the most important aspects of this sin, and we'll explain why. The Chafetz Chaim goes, and he says that improper thoughts are only found in heart of devoid of Torah. If somebody doesn't have Torah, then of course he's going to have improper thoughts. Somebody could go and be careful and watch that he doesn't look at bad things. Could go and be very busy and say Tehillim all day. But if he doesn't have Torah in his mind, then guess what? Thoughts are going to pop in. The Stipler goes and says as well, goes and says that you want to know how to overcome this, delve in the Torah. The Shla also says that the sin of this deals in the machshava, it deals in the thought. The superficial tshuva on it, the simple, basic tshuva, not going to help. You have to go and you have to increase in your Torah. The Sefer Igletal goes and says, what type of Torah you have to do? You have to do something that's going to make you sweat. Something that's going to make you think. You open up a Gemara. You open up something that you're going to concentrate in it. And in fact, the disciple goes and says you have to go into every little detail of it. When you're going and you're delving into it, that's how it's going to fix it. That's how it's going to fix this sin. It's also very important to study with a partner. Study with a partner. You don't realize, even if you don't know how to read Hebrew, and you're just reading English, so you bounce ideas back and forth, you read a paragraph, it helps so much. You're able to comprehend something so much more. You're able to understand something to a different level when you're teaching it to somebody, or when somebody is explaining it to you. You get two different viewpoints on it. And Rabbi Chaim Belozhiner goes and brings down Nefesh HaChaim, there's no other cure to be saved from the Yetzer Hara other than learning Torah. The Zohar in Parshas Vayeshev also goes and says that the way to get rid of impure thoughts is only through learning of the Torah. So, when you think about this, if you really want to succeed in this, you do the 3 basic levels of Tshuva. Stop doing the sin, regretting it, and then you confess it to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then you go, your next and most important thing is you go and you're learning Torah. You're keeping your mind. You know what type of level you have to have? That you're constantly, it's always on your mind. Meaning that you finished learning sitting in this class tonight, right? And you're walking home. So what is on your mind? You're looking, you're spacing out, you're listening to whatever it is, listen to a cappella music, different class, right? You probably listen to another SHIUR Torah, but you think about it, what is on your mind when you're not doing anything? You ever realize that? If you break it down, the scariest thing to do is you do a cheshbon nefesh. What did you accomplish that day? Be like, I was running back and forth and I did this and I did that. But if you think about it, what were your thought process? Take it to a step level. What were you thinking about today? Majority of the time you'll be like, I have probably nothing. I don't know, nothing. Like, what was I thinking about? That's this side of the room. I know this side of the room always has a bunch of thoughts in their mind. It's like 10,000 things. Men don't think about anything. But when you think about it, what were you doing? So it's nice you are learning, you are working, but what were you doing in your mind? What was going on in your mind? Were you spacing out? Were you looking at the trees? Were you daydreaming about all your billions that you're going to make? What was going on through your mind? And that's a scary thought. That's something that's very scary to think about. What am I going to gain? Where am I holding? The Stipler going brings down that the way that people very easily get disencouraged from this type of thing. So they try, and then they go for a week, and then they fall. And then they go for 9 days, and then they fall. And then they go for 10, and then they fall. Says the Stipler going, it says, success breeds success. This is anything in life. The more that you try, you fall, you get back up again. You keep on trying, and you keep on trying, eventually you'll be successful. You follow these steps, you'll be successful. Rabbi Aaron Roth goes and says, very important thing, when you have a difficult test, this is both for men and women. Let's say a man goes and sees an immodest woman walking down the street, and he has to focus on his eyes. It says during that time that you're overcoming that test, that's the time that you can ask for anything. A woman has a very hard time, it's very hot, and she goes and dressed modestly, that's a mitzvah every second. She could go and constantly pray to God. Constantly, you're on a high level. Whenever you pass a test, you're on a very high level. And at that point, you have ability to connect to God like you have never had before. Utilize that. Why is this so beneficial? Because the hardest part is let's say there's an immodest, person coming for you. And by the way, how do you know that this is also in the secular world and also in the religious world? It's the same problem. You go and you see a non-Jewish person or a secular Jew, doesn't matter, walking with his girlfriend, his wife, doesn't matter. Would you want him looking at another woman? Answer is, any normal marriage, any normal relationship will say absolutely not. Why? If it's not a problem, then why does she care? If it is a problem, then let's try to think for a second, why is this a problem? Is it a problem if she's here or if she's not here? If you think about it, people say, oh, it's a religious fanatic, it's all, it's all this nonsense. But wait a minute. When a rabbi tells you that it's not allowed, then it's a fanatic. But when your wife tells you it's not allowed, or your girlfriend tells you it's not allowed, why is it different all of a sudden? No girl would want to see her man checking out other women. Nobody who's normal would want that. So then it makes you think for a second. If it's not good here, and it's not good there, maybe it's not good. Maybe I should stop doing this. And what do you gain from it? What do you gain? And this is the new terminology. It's called eye candy. What do you gain from this?
Eye candy?
Eye candy.
Eye candy.
Candy for the eye. Instead of going to the dentist is a very hot place. When you go and you think about it, it destroys your relationship. By the way, this goes for men and women. If a man goes and looks at other women, then it's going to make his wife look less attractive. Simple, common sense. The more that you look, the more that desensitized, the more that you're going to have problems with your wife. And the woman also. The woman goes and looks at other men. She's going to see her husband as less attractive because they start comparing. This is all subconscious, by the way. All subconscious. And if you think about it, the people that I speak to personally that have problems, let's say, in marriage, and one of the questions, one of the, let's say, the things that come up is, not so attracted to my wife anymore. That's what they tell me. My first question is, how are you in watching your eyes? I've yet to have somebody that said it's not attracted to his wife, and he watches his eyes. I gave this is a whole class in itself. You want to know how to make your wife more, I think I titled it, How to Make Your Wife More Attractive Without Plastic Surgery. It's called guarding your eyes. I could guarantee you with 100% that this will work. I could guarantee it. So, the women don't have to lose weight, they don't have to get this, men just have to watch their eyes. That's as far as it needs to go. And the second that you do that, so many problems are avoided. So many problems. Secular, not secular, Jewish, not, doesn't matter. This works to everybody. The Rambam goes and says that what is very important is also your friends. Who do you hang out with? People that hang out with people, that this is not a problem. Women that hang out with women that always dress immodestly, you get influenced by it. The Rambam says that it causes such a tremendous, there's so many people have fallen because of their acquaintances, because of their friends. You are who your friends are. When thinking about schools for my children, one of the things I'm very focused on, what type of, not how great the Rabbeim are and how great the teachers are, that's all very important. But I think one of the most important things is, who is the children that are in the school? Like, what type of people are they? Like, what type of parents are they? Like, how are they going to grow up? Obviously, you never know, but it's very, very important. If a child goes and hangs around a group of friends that are drug addicts, then it's a very, very likely, not automatic, that they would also be that. If somebody goes and hangs around friends that do this sin, then they'll also do it. If a woman hangs around friends that all dress immodestly, then it affects you. It affects you. There's peer pressure, even subconsciously. It affects you. That's why you have to be careful where you live. You have to be careful who you hang out with. You have to be careful who you associate with. Who's your rabbi also? Getting a little bit late, so I'm going to wrap it up in a few very quick points and additional things to help you overcome this. Very important, pray. You pray and you pray and you pray to help yourself avoid this sin. For women also, a woman that wants to be modest, it's a very difficult test. It's a very difficult test. I don't know from it, but I know that it's difficult. It's a very, very difficult test to be modest. Pray that you need assistance. Man, pray that you have assistance with this. And not only that, the Arizal, the Chassam Sofer says that tears are very important when you pray to make a kapara for the sin. Says the Chassam Sofer, the sin originates in the thought, right behind the tear ducts. So when it's one hot drop for another hot drop. It's a kapara, it's an atonement when you cry to God, begging for forgiveness, begging that you should help avoid this type of sin, begging that you should go and help with watching your eyes. All this is a very, very important concept. The Kavah Yashar in chapter 22 says that there are many sins that you have, it's shows on the face in black fire. That's what you have when you go to big Kabbalah. Some people, they wear the hat really down. They don't want the rabbi to look at their face and see all their sins. They go and they cover it, or they don't want to go at all. Usually, says the Kavah Yashar, when someone does tshuva, the sin gets erased. But when you do this sin, it doesn't get erased when you do tshuva. You have to also go to the mikvah. You have to also go and dip. And how many times? It says you dip at least twice. Number once, to remove their impurity, and to draw, and the second time is to draw holiness. Shabbat, you do a third time as well in the holiness of Shabbat. The Arizal says also the sweat. When you do a mitzvah and you're sweating, it's also beneficial. You're learning Torah and you're sweating. What is the most highest level over here? You're tsanua and you're sweating. It's hard for you. You're sweating. You don't know how much atonement you're getting from that. Also, it's very important that you stay, the Chazal tell us that when someone starves this organ, it becomes weaker. The more that you give in, the stronger it is that you are. And this is something that is tried and tested. You have people, and I speak to people, and I can already tell by the beginning, I know already how far they've fallen. If somebody does not hold themselves back from looking at things that they shouldn't look at, wasting seed, it's only a matter of time where one seed, especially if they're not married, one seed is going to lead to the next, and it's going to be first by themselves, and then with a partner, and then so on, and it gets very twisted out of control until, Rahman al-Atzam, they do the worst things that are karet in many ways. And they fall very deep. I don't want to go into the details of it, but they fall very deep. Somebody who cannot control his ta'avot. Somebody who cannot control, it's a downward spiral. So you have to starve your organ. What is the biggest instigator on this? Is the eyes. You have to watch your eyes. You have to guard your eyes. You have to guard your eyes. Also, it's very important to keep busy. People that are bored, nothing good happens from boredom. You have people, why didn't you come to class today? Oh, I was hanging out. What were you hanging out? Like, what were you doing the whole day? No, I need to relax. From what? You don't work. I'm like, they go, they don't work, they don't go to college, they don't do anything, and then at night they go and they hang out with I need to relax. From what? What stress do you have that you're doing it? You're relaxing from relaxing. You go throughout the entire day, accomplish nothing in your life. Isn't that? It's very I hear that. I'm very depressed for that person. I'm like, oh, it's just such a shame. Like, you're someone that literally does nothing with their life. So, very important, keep busy. Stay busy is very, very important to get to this end. Also, obviously, is to make fences. If you cannot control yourself with your smartphone, get rid of the smartphone, put a filter in it, do something that would make every time you get tempted or you fall into the sin, big penalty, tzedakah. You give a lot of charity. And finally, is a very important aspect in it, push off the sin. Push off the sin, meaning that if, let's say, we'll go with this both for the man and the woman. Let's say, you get really tempted, and you really, it's late at night, you're by yourself, everything is it's about to happen. And what you need to tell the Satan, it says, that's 5 more minutes. Same trick that Satan uses as you. What does Satan use? You want to wake up in the morning. What does he tell you? 5 more minutes. And then 5 more minutes comes, he tells you 5 more minutes. And then 5 more minutes comes and he tells you before you know it's 10 o'clock and you're fired, right? But you go and you think about it, his tactic is, do the mitzvah, go pray. But wait a little bit. Do it in 5 minutes. Do it in 10 minutes. So you use his trick against himself. You use his own tactics against himself. Say, 5 minutes. Think about it. This thing is brilliant. It works in everything. If you want to get angry, or you're really going to say, you know what, I'm going to get angry, but in 5 minutes. It's going to change you. It's going to be crazy. Let's say somebody, bought a dress, and the dress is not modest. I say, you know what, tomorrow, not that you should wear it tomorrow, but I'm saying, I'm not wearing it today. Like, I'm pushing this off. I've had this more than once where I've had, give a class about modesty, and some women have immodest clothes, and I even showed it in one of my classes. I had a woman came and bring me a whole bag of immodest clothes. So if anybody wants something, show me in the back. I'll sell it $5. No, I'm just kidding. So you burn it. This is what you go and you can't control yourself. You build a fence. How do you build a fence? Get rid of it. This is a promise. You do not lose out by listening to God. You do not lose out by listening to God. That's a guarantee. You don't. You don't lose out by doing good. So I beg of you, this type of class, it's important that you hear the things again and again and again and again. The way it works with inspiration is you get inspired, and then you forget about it a few days later. This is the type of class that you have to listen to again and again. You do more research on it. You learn more about it. The more that you learn about ways and see, the more you learn about modesty, the more you have the ability to overcome it. It's something that you need to constantly review, just like emunah. You have to constantly review it, and nowadays in the age, it's a very, very big temptation. So you have to constantly listen to this, and if you hear the things again and again, great. In fact, you should listen to this 1,000 times. Read everything up on it. Learn. The more you learn about it, the more success that you will have. Bechavod.
No. Hashem naaseh v'natzliach, Baruch Hashem. He said it's an honor to be next to me. It's my kavod. It's my zchut to be next to him. What a lot of people don't know about Rabbi Zitron is that Rabbi Zitron is he's the behind the scenes of a lot of things that happen in the Kiruv world that you don't even know happen. So was it 3-4 years ago? Was your cousin or your nephew?
My brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Brother-in-law contacts me and he asks me to come to New York to give a shiur about my personal story, and we end up doing a shiur about that, and also about wasting seed. And it was actually here in this place, and Baruch Hashem, we've been doing kiruv for 5-6 years now. We have I don't know how many lectures. Baruch Hashem, lots of hours, lots of movies, lots of Baalei Teshuva, but by far the two most popular lectures, tens of thousands of views. Hashem only knows how many Baalei Teshuva that we've ever had with those two shurim in the same trip that Rabbi Zitron set up. So the funny thing is that with when somebody wants to do kiruv, somebody wants to bring a Kadosh Baruch Hu's children back home, he doesn't need to have all the money in the world. He doesn't need to have all the wisdom in the world. Not that he doesn't have, but the point is he doesn't need to have all of the things that people think you need to have. What does he need to have? he needs to have two things. One, he needs to have the desire to go save little babies, Hashem's little babies. Sometimes those babies are 55 years old, and they're looking a little ugly, but they're still Hashem's babies. Sometimes they're cute 2-year-olds. All types of shapes and sizes. You have an interest in saving HaKadosh Baruch Hu's little babies. That's number one. Number two, you have to have merit. You have to have merit. People think it's a joke. You have to have merit to do this mitzvah. Now, my shiurim, Baruch Hashem, over the last few years, we try to bring constantly new information. When I first did the shiur about wasting seed, it was in Florida. It was a 45-minute shiur, and that's what we tried to do shiur here for almost 3 hours. But since then, we've done several other shiurim about the topic. I think we have something like maybe 20 hours worth of shiurim about wasting seed, Pgam HaBrit. We talk about the topic extensively. I have all types of people from all over the world, whether they're completely secular to religious, to avrechim, to rabbis, talmidei chachamim, people that don't know their right and left, people that know their right and left but didn't know about this. All types of people from all walks of life, Jews, non-Jews, male, female, all types of people are interested in this topic. One of the reasons is because we see that the world that we live in today is upside down. For anyone that sees clearly, you see that the world is upside down. Immodesty has become the norm. Your average 9, 10, 11-year-old girl walks around the streets with underwear. And the reason why she does it is because her mother is also walking around in underwear. And when I was a kid, you used to wear clothes. Today they wear underwear. That's what they go outside with. And they call it, no, why? It's what everybody goes around with. Yes, everybody goes around there. You should watch my shiur about Gehinom, see what happens to them. Rabotai Karim, the more you understand what's happening, the more scary the world becomes. People say, listen, the last couple of years, you're a lot scarier than you were the first few years. I said, yes, the more you learn Torah, the scarier it becomes. The more you learn Torah, the scarier it becomes. So I'm going to tell you a few things that are scary. Not because I want to scare you, because I have to scare you. I have no pleasure whatsoever of talking about this topic. But the reality is that from my experience, minimal experience, but Baruch Hashem with a lot of people, over the last few years, this is a prophecy that all of the Chachamim already talked about many, many years ago. The Torah itself started with it and ends with it. This is the epidemic of the last generation before Mashiach. Unfortunately, this is such a disaster in the world today that people don't even realize that it's a cancer that's eating the nation. People want to talk about all types of mitzvot, whether it be tzedakah and chesed and lashon hara, and these are all important mitzvot. But there's only one mitzvah. There's only one mitzvah, one for males, one for females, but especially for the males. That if you fulfill it, you can fulfill the entire Torah easily. If you fail at it, you will fail at the entire Torah easily. And that's Pgam HaBrit. There are many people that wear a kippah and have a beard much longer than mine. Both of them are free. But the reality is, they waste seed and they don't even realize there's anything wrong with it. They've turned the averah into a mitzvah. Most people don't know there's something wrong with it. We've gone to that generation. There are many women that call themselves rabbaniyot, but they walk around more imadas than Hashem Yachem, what you see on TV sometimes. But they call themselves rabbaniyot. People don't understand the right and left. So that's why we have to bring things from the Torah Kedusha that sometimes are a little scary, sometimes are uncomfortable to hear, but they're real and they're true, and we have sources for them. Now, I'll give you a few points just to complete some of the things that Rabbi Zitron said. There's a book on our website called Guarding of the Brit and Guarding of Your Eyes. It's free. You can download it for free. Highly recommend you read it at least 100 times so you can remember it. And he gives you 16 different things of what happens to somebody that wastes his seed and does not do tshuva. By the way, everything that I say applies to men and women, not just men. The Ben Ish Chai, alav shalom, says that a woman that pleasures herself also creates demons. So don't think that this is just for the men and the women a get out of jail free card. Needless to say, a woman also needs to know that the Mishnah in Avot says, "Kol hamezakeh et harabim en chet ba'al yado, v'kol hamachti et harabim lo maspikim biyado la'asot tshuva." The Mishnah in Avot says, someone that causes people to do tshuva, Hashem helps them by not bringing them to sin. He gives them special siyata d'ishmaya, special assistance of protection, not to make big sins. But a person that causes other people to sin, Hashem refrains them from doing tshuva, meaning He puts different obstacles in front of them, making it more difficult for them to do tshuva. When a woman walks around immodest, she is 100% a partner in every single man that makes a sin as a result of her attraction. Meaning she walks around in an immodest dress, immodest underwear, immodest whatever she's walking around with. One guy sees her for 5-6 seconds. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, doesn't need too much. That's recorded by his neshama for eternity. It's never getting wiped out. Even after he does tshuva, it's never wiped out. It just goes to the back of the memory. That's all it does. It's never wiped out. Anything your eye ever saw is there permanently. So be careful what you look at. Now you saw her. Guess when you're going to see her again? There are going to be 3 places you're going to see this woman. 1, in your dreams. Number 2, when you're intimate with your wife. Number 3, when you're praying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The 3 worst moments in your life for having a thought of a different person. So now you made a sin as a result of it, even if it's in your dream. Guess what? You have a cheshbon with Hashem, and so does she. How much is the cheshbon? Millions and millions of shedim and demons and sins that were created as a result of it. The scariness of this cannot be emphasized enough, put it that way. So the Admor Mi'almin wrote this, put this together, this book, and he says the following. He says, look at this. Look what this sin does. We already know about this sin from Parashat Bereshit. We know that Adam HaRishon made this sin during the 127 years that he was separated from his wife. And he made the sin and he created a lot of demons, Hashem Yerachem. But we also know this from Parashat Noach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave this as one of the 7 mitzvot b'nei Noach. A lot of people don't realize that this is one of the foundational principles of not only Jews, but also for Goyim. People think, no, Goyim are allowed. Goyim are allowed. No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, there's a very famous book for Noahides that has a mistake in the book. It says that the Goyim are allowed to do this, waste seed. This is a very big mistake. Kvodam b'mkomam, but they have a very serious mistake. They have to learn this topic extensively. Why? It's in Parashat Noach. Parashat Noach says, Shofech dam ha'adam ba'adam, damo yishafech. Someone who spills blood of a man within a man, his blood will be spilled. Blood of a man, you're going to say, it's blood. Blood of a man within a man, what is that? Blood of a man is blood. Blood of a man within a man, you're talking about seed, Rabotai, the tamtzitz. The tamtzitz, what's tamtzitz in English? Like the key ingredient that's going to make, that's within it. Now, the punishment is death. What kind of death? Now, Rabotai, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not joking when it comes to this, because like the Rav says, this is not just murdering somebody else's kid, it's murdering your own kids. And that's why the Gemara talks about such a person, the Zohar confirms it. This is the only time in the Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls a person evil, not wicked, evil, Ra. Ra, Rasha is wicked. Anybody that makes a sin is wicked. But Ra means evil. And that's a different level. So, the Admor Mi'almin writes the following in his book. A person that, even if he touches his Brit, he brings flood to the world. Gemara Masechet Nida, page 13. If he wastes seed, it's like he's spilling blood. He's committing murder. Also, Gemara Masechet Nida, page 13. Also, there are all types of idolatry. All types of idolatry in the world. If you notice, all of the real idol worshippers, all of the devil worshippers, they worship their devil and their idol with two things. One is blood, two is with seed. Why? Because this is what the Shadim, all of the demons, all the Tumah in the world, this is what it lives on. So that's why the Gemara Masechet Nida says that when a person wastes seed, he's like worshiping an idol. Just like him and the guys from the church, same thing. According to the Gemara, he's liable to a death penalty. He's considered to have a major impairment, meaning he has a mum. In Shamayim, they look at this person as like he has a defect. He's defected his neshama. If the Beit Din would have known that he's doing this, meaning if this is a well-known issue and we have a Beit Din that knows it, they have to put him on cherem. Meaning you can't even count him in a minyan. Now today, unfortunately, it's such a big epidemic, you almost can't have a kosher minyan if you really start counting it. That's a reality. But the point is, Rabotai Karim, we have to understand what the Torah says. Masechet Kala says that he has no share of the world to come. Somebody wastes seed and does not do tshuva. Doesn't matter if he keeps Shabbat, doesn't matter if he learns the entire Shas 10 times. He doesn't do tshuva for wasting seed, no olam haba. What does no olam haba mean? No olam haba means eternal suffering, Gehenom forever, that's what it means. No olam haba seems like, oh okay, so what, they just delete me, that's it, nothing happens? That's what no olam haba sounds like to us. No olam haba means that Kadosh Baruch Hu punishes the person until he destroys the neshama. And this takes a very, very long time and a lot of pain. Anyone that wants to know a little more details, they can watch my shiur about Gehenom. I promise you, you're never going to look at no olam haba the same way. HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks at somebody that weighs seed differently than he look at other people, even if the other people are wicked. HaKadosh Baruch Hu punishes a person in this world also for this particular sin. This is the only sin out of all the sins that even if you did it before the age of 20, HaKadosh Baruch Hu punishes you in this world. All the other sins, if let's say a 16-year-old drives on Shabbat, he stole his parents' car or something, drives on Shabbat, he smokes a cigarette on Shabbat, and he violates all types of mitzvot before the age of 20, it's a sin. But the punishment comes later on. Hopefully he does tshuva by later on. But this particular sin, if a person doesn't do tshuva, Hashem punishes him in this world for this sin, even if it's before the age of 20. That's how much Hashem detests this sin. All of the problems that have happened to a person is because of this sin. That's what Tikkun HaZohar says. Now, this sounds nice. What does it mean, all the person's problems? To what magnitude? Anybody here ever hear Rabbi Yaron Rata, the tzaddik, Rabbi Yaron Rata? Anybody hear his name before? Anyone that wants to know a little bit about wasting seed, this is like the Chacham of that world. He wrote a book that you could start today and finish it in the 100 years from now and still not finish. That's how many chidushim he has about this. To give you an understanding of who we're dealing with, Rabbi Yaron Rata, one time, some wicked journalist wanted to, catch him doing something wrong, because he had a lot of Hasidim, people were following him. He wanted to see, maybe if I could catch him doing something wrong, so he pretended to be a Hasid. I put, payers, you go to costume store, hat, also same costume store. The beard grows by itself. So he went to a Shabbaton, and he's sitting, and he thinks that, he's following, waiting for Rabbi Yaron to do something wrong. He doesn't see, but he documents everything, he pays attention, Towards the end of Shabbat, he sees all the Hasidim are on a table, excited, and Rabbi Yaron Rata looks at him. He says, "You, come here." Now the guy, the journalist, got scared. He thought he's on to him. We don't know what to do. What is he going to do? If he says no, the Hasidim are going to eat him as part of Sudah Revi'it. You're going against our rabbi. So what is he going to do with this guy? Poor guy. Rasha though. So he goes, he says, okay, fine. He doesn't say a word to him. He comes up to him, and Rabbi Yaron Rata just shakes his hand. As soon as he shakes his hand for a few seconds, the guy starts screaming hysterically. and runs out of the place. A few of the Hasidim, they run after him. So what happened? What happened to you? What happened? He says, he just showed me Gehenom. He just showed me in Gehenom. That's what we're dealing with. Rabbi Yaron Rata said, Rabotai Yekarim, people are not going to want to hear this, but that's why we say it. You know that event that we mourn every year called the Holocaust? He said the Holocaust happened primarily because of wasting seed. Primarily because of wasting seed. Why? Am Yisrael, when they watch their Brit, our Torah HaKadoshah says no nation in the world can ever touch them. Why? Just like the Rav says that even the Malach Duma in Gehenom has no right to touch a Jew that watches his Brit. In this world, no nation has the right to look at us, to touch us in the wrong way if we watch our Brit. When the nation as a whole started opening all types of gay clubs, all types of pubs, the Hashem Yirachem, what they did over there in Germany, turned Germany into Sodom, Hashem Yirachem. Berlin turned into Sodom. All of the gay clubs, all of the pornography, all of the Hollywood over there, all that happened. Look at the history books of what actually Am Yisrael did over there. Look what we did over there. Hashem Yirachem, what we did. HaKadosh Baruch Hu hates the sin, and this is what happened, Rabotai. It wasn't because of some moron with a small mustache. He was just the shaliach. He was just a stick. Hashem has a lot of sticks. If it's not him, it's Haman. If it's not Haman, it's somebody else, Nebuchadnezzar. You could say Yimach Shemo v'Sicho as much as I say, but it doesn't make a difference. The only thing that's not going to make it happen again is not saying never again. Never again is not going to do anything for you. Standing up and not talking when there's a loudspeaker making a sound that's annoying is not going to make the dead come back to life. It's not going to make the Holocaust not happen again. Teshuva is going to make the Holocaust not going to happen again. That's what we have to Teshuva for. So, HaChachamim tell us that all of the problems that have happened to a person, whether it's money loss, marriage problems, children problems, everything and anything starts with the Brit. You watch your Brit, you have a special protection. You destroy your Brit, you destroy your protection. To such an extent that the Zohar Kadosh in Parashat Lech Lecha says that the soul eventually goes to waste. Because after the person goes to Gehenom for an extended period of time, the soul gets destroyed and eventually goes to waste. All of the mitzvot that the person does, he learns Torah, all of Torah goes to the Sitra Achra, gives strength to the wicked, not to the righteous. And even when this person says Shema Yisrael, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't listen. Even when a person does something that's every little kid, 3, 4, 5 years old, needs to learn Shema Yisrael. Says Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hashem says, no, his Shema Yisrael is not for me. Why? He's not part of Am Yisrael until he does Teshuva. That's how serious HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the sin. Now, I'm going to give you a few things that I haven't said before. Now, the Zohar says that, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says, there's no sin in the world that provokes so much anger by HaKadosh Baruch Hu as much as this sin. How much? How much is this anger? How much? There's an angel called Patot. This angel Patot, he is responsible for trying to make you look at things that are not good. There's a girl that's walking around with underwear, he wants you to look at her. There's a girl that forgot the underwear too, he wants you to look at her too. There's all types of people in the world, he wants you to look at them. All types of immodest things, he wants you to look at them. That's his job. But he has a second job. The second job is this Patot has another visit with you. When? Chibut HaKever. When you go into the kever, like all of us at some point, we'll go into the kever, hopefully after 120 or by the time we do Teshuva, whichever happens first. Last week we did a shiur b'chibut kevel, meaning what happens the minute you die. You're in the grave. What happens? A few angels come to visit you, depending whether you're righteous or wicked. One of them is patot. Patot, if you failed, you started looking at imadas things, patot visits you, and he is responsible to break the bone that holds your eyes and take those eyes. Why? You fell. That's his job. Meaning, HaKadosh Baruch Hu has a special designated person, designated angel, just to deal with just part of the sin, not even the whole thing. That's how much HaKadosh Baruch Hu hates this thing. Now, the Chesed LaAvraham, Even Shtiya Ma'ayan 5, Rabbi Avraham Azulai, Alev Shalom. He says there are certain types of people that sinned. You know, he made a mistake. The guy looked, but he didn't look again. He stole, but he didn't steal again. He did something, but he didn't do it again. But then there's some type of people, they already turned the Avirah into Mitzvah. They're machmirim on the Avirot. They start out getting to a point where they sin on a regular basis, every day. Why? In the beginning, when you first do a sin, you weren't sure if it's allowed or not allowed. Yeah, you're like, but once nothing happened, Hashem, didn't like send a lightning to kill you. You're like, oh, nothing happened. By the second time you made the sin, it already turned into allowed. The problem with this specific sin is that by the second time you're addicted. If you're a teenager, 15, 16 years old, you haven't heard these shulim, you haven't done, you could be doing it once, twice a day. You could be killing a civilization every day. Now, I'm telling you, you should do tshuva. Why? Because HaKadosh Baruch Hu hates the sin to such an extent that Rabbi Avraham Azulai says that when a person sinned many times the same sin, he repeatedly sinned the same thing, meaning he turned a sin into a mitzvah, like he's doing it constantly. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends him angels after he dies, then have a special mission. What's their mission? They're going to kill him and revive him, killing him and revive him, killing him and revive him as many times as he sinned. And every single time he dies, he feels the pain of death. This alone, Rabotai Yekarim, is enough reason to do tshuva, finish the shiur, everybody go home, becomes tzaddikim gemurim tomorrow. All of us are scared sometimes of a little bug biting us. Well, a bug biting us, we're scared, run away. All of us are scared, and your car almost hit you. Oh, Shem Yechem, you okay, you okay? Start hugging everybody. Go to the Bekneset, Birkat HaGomel, Shlama. Hey, what happened? Oh no, a car almost hit me. Dying over and over and over again. Imagine how many times a person that didn't do tshuva for this will have to suffer through this. HaKadosh Baruch Hu hates this. No other sin in the Torah has such a din. No other sin in the Torah. Now, the problem that we have is, like the Rav says, the last generation before Mashiach has a large amount of Erev Rav. A lot of wicked people that call themselves rabbis. And part of the job of the Erev Rav is to tell you that this is not a big deal. Go do what you want. Listen to the psychologists and the psychiatrists and the psychotic people. Listen to all the people except the Torah. And they won't bring you a source. They won't bring you anything from the Torah. And if they bring you a source, they'll manipulate it. They'll manipulate it and take advantage of our own ignorance. You're not going to double check what they say. And you're going to assume that because he's a rabbi, Shmuley, then the book called Kosher Sex, that means it has to be kosher. It has to be kosher. It's a rabbi wrote it. What? Can it be any more kosher than that? A rabbi wrote it. Rabotai Karim, in this generation, you have to double check everything. The Mishnah in Avot says every time you say Divrei Torah, you have to say the source. Why? I want to know if I can see what you said in a book. Why? If I see it in a book, I can track the source all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu. If I cannot track the source all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu, your quote, your Dvar Torah is worth zero. Why? It's your opinion. Kol hakavod for your opinion. I care less about your opinion. I care about Hashem's opinion. Hashem's opinion I care about. Why? His opinion doesn't change. Your opinion next week it may change. Who knows? This week you want blue, next week it's red. This week he was a boy, next week he's a girl. Who knows what he wants? Who knows what he wants? People's opinions change all the time. Be'emet. There was a track guy. The guy won a medallion, a gold medal as a guy. Now he's a girl. What happened? You got confused along the way. People are crazy. The point is, opinions change. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, "Machshevotai lo machshevotechem." I don't think like you. I don't change my opinions. So I have to track everything in a book. It behooves you. It's your responsibility to go and find everything in a book. Meaning, you hear me say something. If I didn't mention the source, go find it. Ask me. If I did, go double check. Why? Who's to say I'm saying the truth? Maybe I'm wrong. But if I'm right, then you have to do something about it. Same thing with other speakers. Don't take their word for it. Double check everything. Why? Because if it says it in a book that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wrote called the Chamisha Chumshet Torah, then there's no more argument, there's no more debate, there's no more your opinion, my opinion. This is what it says, finished. That's why, unfortunately, Rabotai Karim, the Erev Rav, they take advantage of people's laziness, their spiritual laziness, and also their ignorance. So they'll tell you that it's not important to learn about this, you shouldn't learn about it. Lo tzanua, all of a sudden everybody became overly righteous. Lo tzanua, they write books with women from the Hashem Yachem movies, but they say lo tzanua to talk about mitzvot. So it's very, very important you double check everything. It's very, very important that you take advantage of the Torah that's being handed to you on a silver platter. And the reason why is if you want to be a ben or a bat Israel, you have to know that this specific sin is kol Torah kula. It's the entire Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Im lo briti yomam v'layla, chukot shamayim v'aretz lo samti. Now the pshat is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if not for my covenant day and night, the rules of the world will cease to exist. Rules such as gravity, and so on and so forth. Meaning, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if it's not for my covenant, if not for my brit every day, constantly, 24 hours a day, then I'll simply destroy the world, in so many words. So, some say, yeah, of course, it's Torah, learning Torah. If there's not somebody in the world that's learning Torah, 24 hours a day, somebody has to be learning Torah in the world, then Hashem has no purpose for the world. But if you go even deeper to the basic pshat, Hashem says briti. What's briti? The most important brit that we have, which is the brit milah. If not for somebody in the world protecting their brit, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I have no reason for this world. Now this sounds like a nice Dvar Torah, but I'll give you a proof. The Midrash Tanchuma in Parashat Noach says that there were 7 people that were born Ma'ul, already with a Brit Milah. Adam HaRishon, Shet, his son, Noach, Yaakov Avinu, Yosef HaTzadik, his son, Moshe Rabbeinu, and the prophet Job. So you have 7 people already that from the beginning, from Adam HaRishon all the way to even beyond Moshe Rabbeinu, that had a holy brit already from birth. But even in between, we had Avraham Avinu, we had Metushelach, meaning that at all times, HaKadosh Baruch Hu had somebody in the world that was righteous and protecting their brit, even before making it a commandment to Avraham Avinu. But the second proof is the following. We see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu discusses the issue of the brit from the beginning of the Torah all the way to the end. First thing is, when he creates the world, you have Adam HaRishon and Chava. Adam HaRishon, unfortunately, after he left Chava in order to do Teshuva, he forgot that there's a rule in creation. Lo tov Adam a person is not good by himself, meaning you have to get married. All of these young people that are delaying their marriage because they want to become Talmidei Chachamim first, or they want to become rich, or they want to become, I don't know, whatever they want to become, Al tiyeh tzadik harbeh. Don't be overly righteous. Get married, and then you can learn and do and whatever you want to do. Don't think that, no, if I get married, I'm not going to be able to do this. It's the opposite. Whatever Torah you're learning without a wife is worth nothing in comparison to the Torah you're going to learn after you have a wife. Same thing with parnasah. As the Rav said, you think you're making parnasah or you're going to be rich before you get married? Why? Why would Hashem give you parnasah for 2 people if you're only one? You're only one. You don't have any kids. Why should He give you parnasah for 3 people? 4 people. Parnasah comes with kids. You don't have any kids. For what? What, you mean the kids that you're destroying? Wasting seed? So, Adam HaRishon failed at this. Then we also see that Chava herself also, the serpent, the snake, put his zera. The Zohar Kadosh says that he put his zera in her also. We also have Cain. Cain, their kid. As the Rav says, the kids that these people will have a problem. Cain was one of those kids. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Cain, when Cain brings a korban to Hashem, and the korban is like for homeless people. You know, he gave him like the leftovers. He didn't give him something good. Hashem says, I don't want this korban. Give me a real korban if you want. If not, I don't want this. But you should know. You should do tshuva and don't leave an opening. Why? Lapetach chatat rovetz. If you leave an opening, the evil can go through this. So the Chazal says in the Zohar, says what? What's this opening? What's the small opening? The small opening of the Brit. Small opening of the Brit. You don't watch the Brit. You're not careful with your eyes. You're not careful with how you manage yourself. Even being comfortable with yourself is not good. You know, watch. This is going to lead to a big sin. So we see that already the first generation, Adam, Chava, and one of their sons, unfortunately failed at this. Then you lead to their descendants, the generation of the flood. HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally destroyed the world because people wasted seed. The whole generation of Noach, it's not that they wasted seed. Every generation has had this problem. Every generation. The same thing happened with Sodom. What's the difference between, in Sodom or the generation of Noach versus every other time? Is that in those days, they made it like lechatchila. It's allowed, you should do it, it's recommended. Like they're doing in Tel Aviv or they do in New York with all of these gay parades. They're celebrating the Toivat Hashem. They're celebrating the enemies of Hashem. Instead of saying, go in a room, go in a closet, lock yourself in there, and never come out. Until you become normal human being. But no, we celebrate them. We put them on TV, give them shows. This Rabotai Kareem makes HaKadosh Baruch Hu very angry. Now, of course, people are going to say, this guy's fanatic. Alvai will be fanatic. Alvai will be fanatic. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's no better fanatic than that. But show me I'm wrong. That's what important. Show me I'm wrong. Show me it doesn't say what I say in the Torah. If you have a problem with Torah, then you'll have a cheshbon with Hashem. It's a different story. So, the generation of Noach, already second parasha. Then you have the mitzvah that I mentioned to you. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives the mitzvah of the Pgam HaBrit to all of mankind. Shofech dam adam ba'adam, damo yishafech. Spilling of blood of a man within a man, his blood will be spilled. Then the descendant of Noach, Canaan, also fails at this. Fails to a higher degree than the generation of Noach. Why? He performs homosexuality and rape by raping Noach. Then you fast forward and you see that Paro tried to do this with Sarai Imenu. But Sarai Imenu used the holy name Shin Dalit Yud to shut the whole of Paro and everybody that was in his kingdom. Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. Then you fast forward to when Hashem sent the angels to save Lot. Hashem sent the angels to save Lot. What the people from Sodom want to do to the angels? They wanted to rape the angels. They wanted to rape the angels. Why? They became so... I'll tell you exactly what happens at the end. But the point is that you see that this is not normal behavior. But it's throughout all of mankind. The stuff that's going on today is not new. Avraham and Yitzchak obviously have the mitzvah of Brit Milah. Then Yaakov Avinu, we learn that he says to his son Reuven, that he is his koach. V'ata kochi reshit oni. You are my strength, you are my initial vigor. Meaning that Yaakov Avinu, the first time he ever used seed, every seed left his body, was the first time he was with his wife. He was 84 years old. Meaning, Yaakov Avinu, no seed left his body for 84 years. It's no wonder HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself says to Yaakov, Ushmo El. Hashem said to Yaakov, your name is God. To Yaakov. Not that Yaakov is God. But among men, you're like God. Watch your breed for 84 years? I want to see people watch it for 84 days. It's already a miracle. Then you fast forward to his grandkids, Eren Onan, the famous story, Eren Onan, weighed seed with Tamar. HaKadosh Baruch Hu killed both of them. They were 7 years old. From there, Chazal teach us, it doesn't matter what age you sin. You sin, Hashem punishes you, even if you're 7 years old. Now, Baruch Hashem, today, most 7 years old don't go through puberty, but needless to say, Rav Ovadia Alav Shalom says you start teaching kids about Gehinnom at 6 years old. Meaning by seven he should already know, Brit, don't touch. That's it, that's all he needs to know. Why? Hashem doesn't like you touching your Brit. You want to clean yourself, there's something called a sponge. Yosef HaTzadik was only called a Tzadik because he didn't touch his Brit, didn't weigh seed. Whereas his Baal HaBayit, his boss, Potiphar, he did. So that's why at the end, what happens? Yosef is called Yosef HaTzadik, and Potiphar is called Potifera. Potifera meaning he turned into openly homosexual. What's the benefit for Yosef HaTzadik for doing all of this? You go to Sefer Shmot. His descendants, פרו וישחצו וירבו ויעצמו במאוד מאוד ותמלא הארץ אותם. Sefer Shmot, chapter 1, verse 5-7 says that Am Yisrael came to Egypt with 70 people, but they expanded rapidly to such an extent that they became millions. They became the majority. How? Each birth was blessed to the extent that every woman, every Jewish woman, every Israelite that gave birth to 6 babies. That's why it has 6 adjectives describing the reproduction of Am Yisrael. That's how they went from 70 to millions. Meaning that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that somebody is watching their brit, the blessing is immense. Now, why do people fall for this? And we'll finalize with this, and then we'll start with questions, B'ezrat Hashem. Why do people fall for this? Simply, people treat themselves like cattle. They treat themselves like animals. They feel that if they have a desire, they have to fulfill it. This is a problem. Animals work off of instinct. They have a desire, they have to fulfill it. Humans, the difference between humans and animals is that we don't have to fulfill every desire. The problem with this specific sin is that if you fulfill every desire, as the Rav says, if you starve it, it'll satiate it, meaning it'll be more full. But if you feed it, it'll never be satiated. You'll always be hungry. So what happens with the breed is that if you start by wasting seed, eventually it leads to promiscuity. Now the Ramban almost 900 years ago says, wasting seed leads to promiscuity. Promiscuity leads to homosexuality. Homosexuality leads to bestiality. Where do we see this from? Look at the kings that are mentioned in the Gemara Maseret Rosh Hashanah. It says about the Goyim kings, Daryavesh, Nebuchadnezzar, Bilam. How come it always mentions an animal next to one of these Goy kings? Nebuchadnezzar had constantly animals. Daryavesh had a dog next to him. Bilam had a donkey. Why do I care about their donkey, their dog? How come it doesn't say that Moshe Rabbeinu had a puppy? He got it as a present for his birthday. How come it doesn't say that Avraham Avinu had a slew of donkeys that he liked and he called each one of them Steve? How come it doesn't say that? How come it only says about these animals for the Goyim? Because these powerful Goyim, they wanted to satisfy every desire, physical desire, and they did. It started with wasting seed, then it led to promiscuity, Then Nebuchadnezzar decided to invite every king and rape him. That was the chidush they would get when they'd come visit his palace. But Daryavish wanted to go a step further. He had a dog. Why? That was his wife. Just like his grandfather Bilam. They married animals. That's why it mentions the animals. Why? Because it leads, if a person does not control their desires, they're always pushing the line a little further. A little further. They need something to be more taboo, more extraordinary, more this, more that. Eventually normal intimacy, normal pleasure, normalcy in general is no longer good enough. By himself is not enough, so he needs to do something else. One woman is not enough, so he needs two. Two is not enough, so he needs a guy. A guy is not enough, so he needs a dog. He needs a this, he needs a that. Who knows what he's going to need at the end? The point is, in the end, he's going to get Gehenom. That's what he's going to get. But along the way, he's going to live a life that's not worth living. So, this is not a sin that you should be scared of just because of the end result. It's a sin that you should be scared of because of the actual existence of a person that commits this sin. It's not an existence that you should have. Even you shouldn't even wish this on your enemies. That you pretty much make yourself into an animal. You make yourself into an animal. And that's what the Gemara says. Don't make yourself into an animal. Now, even though this is called Pgam HaBrit, we also mention modesty in the SHIUR. Why? Because every single woman that walks around immodest, she's a partner to the sin. But the woman is worse than the guy. Why? The guy walks around, worst case scenario, he makes his own sin. He makes his worst sin. Now, he has a serious problems we just talked about for a half hour, about how much problems he has because of this one sin. But the woman, Hashem, how many sins she can collect just by walking around to the deli. She walked around to the deli to see Carlos and Steve with a mini skirt. And not only Carlos and Steve had the pleasure of their life looking at her, but also Jose and all of his work buddies. Everybody saw her, and everybody's going to think about her. And guess what? 150 people are having her, this Bat Israel, in our mind. Permanently. Guess what? Every time they sin, it goes to Har HaCheshbon also. Every time they sin, it goes to Har HaCheshbon. So, the poor little guy, he sinned one time. But she must have sinned 1,000 times just going to the deli. Just going to the deli. So that's why, Rabotai Karim, it's not just the guys, it's also the women. You have to make sure you understand. This is not one of those things you want to mess with. It's just not. It's not easy. There is a way to do tshuva for it. One thing I would add, and then you could ask as many questions as you want, to what Rav Zitron said in regards to the tshuva, is first you have to stop, like he said. Then you have to put a fence. A fence, like he said, meaning you know certain trigger points that you have. You know that every time you hang out with this guy and that guy, they bring you to some club that you don't want to be in. You know that every time you walk around that street, all of the Shem Achem, they go there also. So don't go on that street. Just like somebody that wants to go on a diet, he's not going to go past his favorite restaurant every day, just for for memories. No, why? Because eventually he's going to go inside. So you know that there's certain trigger points. You have certain trigger points that cause you to sin. You know that every time you go to a certain website, Hashem Echem, what happens? So don't go on the website. You know that every time you're on a computer alone at night, it happens. So don't go on a computer alone at night. You know trigger points, so make a fence. Regret is not just about, oh, I'm sorry, Hashem. Thank you, you're sorry. What do you do about it? What do you do about the sorry? You say, I'm sorry to your wife for yelling at her while you're yelling at her. That's not, I'm sorry. What are you doing about it? You're doing something about it. You're going to take some anger management classes with Rabbi Zitron. You smash your head against the wall a few times just so you can get some. What are you doing about it? Nothing? So your sorry means nothing. Do something. Put a fence. Third, like he said, pray, but pray with tears. Pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm really, really sorry. How are you going to be really sorry for something you enjoyed so much? Anybody have an answer for that? How are you going to be really sorry for something you enjoyed so much? Only way you're going to be really sorry is you understand the magnitude of the sin. You listen to these shiurim 1,000 times until you understand how bad the sin is. And that sin, that pleasure becomes disgusting to you. Last but not least, you have to make up for lost time, for the sins you've made. There's only one way to do it. You do whatever you can to cause other people to stop sinning. Whether it's arranging lectures like this, or just using your right finger or your left finger, whichever one, it's the same price, and pressing share on the button of this lecture and other lectures like it, like we have, and sharing it with every contact you have. Why? You share with people, they're going to do tshuva. That's making up for lost time. There's no other way to make up for lost time. That's why the prophet Ezekiel says, don't let your sins be the stumbling block of your future. Why? You have to make up for lost time. You have to make up for the past sins. So this, Rabotai Karim, there's obviously more details I can tell you, but Bezrat Hashem, you have questions. Thank you very much again for the Rav. And Bezrat Hashem, Chabot, who wants to go with the first question?
We'll start maybe with the questions that was submitted beforehand, and then we'll open it up. This way we have... Okay, so we'll go through a few questions. We'll each answer, or one of us will answer, and then we'll continue to open up to anybody who has any questions over here. Question number 1. Is it immodest for women to look at men? Is guarding the eyes different for men versus women? This is an excellent question. So, obviously it's different, because their outcomes are very different. But because they're different, they're also different in different magnitude. And I've once heard this concept, and it's so true, that a man goes and sees an immodest woman. So they see it, and it gets implanted in them. Like the rabbi was saying, that it gets implanted, and it's going to be popped up throughout your entire life. When a woman sees an image, though, when a woman sees a man and looks at it and contemplates on it, the image becomes instilled. A woman internalizes things more than men. Men, it's more in the subconscious. Women have a lot more internalization to it. So according to some opinions, in some sense, again, in some sense, it's even worse for a woman to go and look at men. That's number 1. Number 2, why is it a problem for a woman to look at men? Now, the man's personality, a woman's walking down one side of the street. She happened to be glancing in the vicinity of this guy. What is this guy going to think? She practically wants to marry me. I mean, it's obvious. I'm like, do you know? She's looking at her friend like a block away. She's like, do I know that? And he's like, you saw that? Of course, you know what I'm saying? This is my new suit. You know what I'm talking about? She saw my watch. You know, she saw my watch. The way that a man think, so it affects when a woman...
Really stupid.
We're very, yeah. We're on a level, yeah. There's a reason why the women are supposed to rear our children.
It's the reason why the Mashiach is going to come because of them, thank God.
So, when you think about it, there is a problem when women looking at men for their own internal reason. But there's also a problem because it makes it different in the man's eyes. It makes it different. I've had this numerous times. I remember when I was single and I was going out with my friends, and they would mention this. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you have to offer? You're like 400 pounds, you know? You're like, what are you going to go? You're broke. You're not dressed well. Like, what? I mean, he didn't call me again, but whatever. I'm like, what do you think that it's all about you? Because that's how men think. Now, is it a problem? This is the bottom line. You look at a man, men know what I'm talking about, right? Women don't think like that. A man looks at a woman's like, oh, this guy's disgusting. A woman looks like a man, she wants me. Look at the difference that we are. So, yes, it is a problem for when women look at men as well. And I'll also turn it over to Rabbi Reuven for any additional input.
Just miniature, it's just the mindset of a woman is different than a man, and also in a sense that when a man looks at a woman, she shouldn't be happy that he looked at her. Why? He's simply looking at her like a piece of meat. Just like when you go to the butcher, you know, you look at meat, they hang the meat. That's how a man looks at a woman. He wants to eat it. That's it. He has no interest in marrying her. He has no interest in talking to her. He has no interest in even hearing her voice. He prefers not to, actually. That's what a man that looks at women thinks. A Ben Torah doesn't look at women. A Ben Torah doesn't look at women. That's why he doesn't think like that. He looks at his wife. A woman that looks at a man, she doesn't think of a piece of meat. She thinks of a personality. Oh, he looks funny. Oh, he looks smart. Oh, he looks like he's generous. She already starts picturing their future together and how, wow, he looks like he would make me laugh every Tuesday, maybe Wednesday too. You know what? I think he would buy me a birthday present without forgetting. You know what? I'm going to call him Steve. She gives him a name. She designs how many kids they're going to have just as I have 5 seconds of looking. So what happens? A woman lives in a fake dream. And the problem with a woman like that is that a woman like that is never going to be happy. Ever. So this is simply just drinking your own poison and expecting the other guy to die. So when you look at the grass being greener somewhere else, you look at other men, you look at other this, you look at other that, you're never going to be happy with your life. So that's also a psychological standpoint. Last but not least, what are you really presenting? What are you really presenting when you're looking at stuff that doesn't belong to you? Are you really presenting a Bat Yisrael? You're the daughter of the King of Kings. You're chasing after men. What are you lacking? What, you have 3 heads, 1 arm? What's wrong with you that you need to look at men? If he's not your husband, there's nothing for you to look at. The same thing for men. You're the son of a Kadosh Baruch Hu. What are you chasing things like a dog? Is something wrong? Huh?
Because a man is a dog.
The point is, Rabotai Karim, you have to control yourself. You have to control yourself. Why? That's the difference between us and animals. We have to control ourselves. They can't. They have an instinct. So for that, you have to give yourself different boundaries, different things, and understand that there are certain things that are not good to do because there's Gan Eden and Gehenom. But there's certain other things that are not going to do because you're in essence creating your own Gehenom by doing them. Why? Because you're living in a fantasy land. You're living in a fantasy land. You're constantly looking at other things that don't belong to you. It's not going to help you in your life. Chava, next question.
Okay. If a man or a woman has a sexual thought or desire, what is the best way to get rid of it? Do you want to switch off? You want to start and I'll go next?
Chava, whatever you want.
Go first. We'll switch off.
So the Rabbi Yehuda Ftaya Alav Shalom writes in his book, there are several things that a person can do to clean out the tum'ah that's in his mind. So, for example, there are certain times that the stuff that you've seen in your life that's not so kosher is going to appear in your mind. And like I told you, it's going to be the worst times. It's not going to be the best times. It's going to be the worst times. So you saw an immodesty at some point. You're going to think about this immodesty when? The worst possible times, when you're praying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you're crying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give you salvation, to give you a kid, to give you parnasah, to give you this, to give you that. And what are you thinking about? You're thinking about some movie that you saw when you were 16 years old and Hashem Rechem, how it ended. That's when you're thinking. So who wants this? This is the worst thing in the world to think about. But that's when the Satan comes. Same thing with marriage and so on and so forth. So Rabbi Yehuda Ftaya says that if you have bad thoughts, there's a few things that you can do. There's a pasuk that you can say. For the purpose of this conversation, I'll just leave it to the end. I'll give you guys the pasuk in person. And you could say this pasuk, and that helps with, or 2 psukim, that helps with cleaning out your mind short term. But that's if you're doing something holy. If you're praying, if you're studying, not if you're just, roaming around. The second thing is in regards to, the thought process that a person can have is the Gemara Masechet Brachot says, Yetzirah comes, learn some Torah. That doesn't work, say Kriyat Shema, say Shema Yisrael. Realize that there's a God above you. That's not enough, think about the day you die. Think about the day you're going to die. Why? Because once you die, it's not a walk in the park. You don't know what's going to die. Baruch Hashem, we have a few shurim about it. Rav Zitron has a few shurim about it. You can read about it, you can learn about it. And you understand that the day that you die, there's a deen to pay, and you don't want to have too much of a deen. You don't want to have too much of a bill. HaBrit.
Just to add on that, when these type of thoughts pop in your head, it's very difficult to prevent a thought from coming up. You cannot, in fact, if I say right now, a cow being tipped over, one of the first things that you think about is a cow being tipped over. And if not, now you are, because I just said that you are. So it's very easy for me to implant thoughts into your head, but it's very difficult for you to remove thoughts from your head. Meaning that your subconscious mind, you're able to define the way that you think and what your thought process is and the images that you procure in your mind. However, it's difficult to go and remove them. But we know that something very interesting is that usually, if you're able to focus, you're able to focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, many things may pop up, but you're able to focus on one thing at a time. So if you have these type of desires, it's a good way to move, to shift your focus onto a different thing and to focus on that. Obviously, the best way is Torah, is to be able to learn Torah, because that has the ability to A, focus on something, and B, you have the ability to also have the spiritual power behind it to go and prevent you from doing that sin. What's also very important is, people don't realize how beneficial it is. Let's say somebody gets some sort of desire. Man, woman, doesn't matter. This usually happens when they're in the confines of their own home. What you want to do is take a walk around the block. Take a walk around depends where you live, but sure this. But you take a walk around the block. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Doesn't matter. Take a walk around the block. What also helps, if all this fails, do push-ups. Like, do something that you cannot be thinking about it. Do something. If you can't do push-ups, then set up something. Usually people can't do push-ups, can't do sit-ups either. Do something that's strenuous, because it's hard. It's difficult for you to think about other things. Imagine somebody is running up a hill, and they're sweating, and they can't focus. They're not thinking about anything else. They're thinking about 2 things: breathing and water, or air conditioning. That's all that they're thinking about. So when if you cannot focus it based on your mind, try to focus something based on your body. Do things that keep you busy. Will hopefully help you for this to prevent this happening. And of course, you pray. Ask God. The power of everything is in God's hand. Pray to have some clean thoughts. Okay, question number 3. Hi, Rabbi, can you help me with stopping wet dreams? Since a few months ago I stopped wasting seed purposely, I started having wet dreams every few days. I do the 4 main tips. Watching my eyes, I'm extra careful with this. I also stopped pornography a while ago. I say the first 4 chapters of Tehillim, feet uncovered, bedtime Shema, and I pray to God every day for this. He does put it in, that is very, very, I give credit that he says, I do have sexual thoughts on my mind the whole day. Is there anything else I can do to offer to stop it? So, first of all, that already kind of answered it, because he has already stuff on his mind all day. But like I mentioned before, when I was speaking, there's one thing that's missing over here. Where's the Torah? Where is the Torah? Because you want to know why, if you're able to, and this is something it's not, people don't think of it. People think, yeah, okay, fine, I'm doing Shabbat, I'm stopping to do this. Okay, Torah, they put it at the end. People don't, it's supposed to be up the front. Your mind is a phenomenal, it's a crazy thing, your mind. The way that it works, if you ever learned anything about your mind, even just from the chemical aspects of what goes on to your mind, it's phenomenal. To go and just prevent it, you have to do, the Torah is a very, very important aspect. If somebody's keep on having wet dreams, and it's very, very common that I get this question quite often, that people tell me, oh, when they waste seed, they don't have wet dreams. Of course. There's nothing left. Now that you did it, and now you still have the temptation, now you're gonna have the wet dream. So you have to also include it in it, also obviously to make sure that you're not thinking about bad thoughts during the day. And of course, you have to include the Torah. You have to add the Torah. The Torah is an extremely important aspect in this.
Few things you have to always remember. My father said to me is that what takes you a second to break may take you a year to fix. So when a person gets their body physically addicted to wasting seed, it's not so easy to fix it. Meaning, by simply stopping, it doesn't stop the addiction. The Rambam, 900 years ago, said it's the strongest addiction there is in mankind. Stronger than drugs, stronger than anything else. So, it's a very strong addiction. So now, let's say, Baruch Hashem, you got enough fear of heaven from this SHIUR, and you want to stop. Bezat Hashem. You're going to start wearing clothes. You're going to start watching your bleed. You're going to start doing this. You're going to start doing good things, right? But Yetzirah doesn't stop. Yetzirah doesn't go on break. He comes back. He comes back in different ways, different forms, different sizes. That's what the Gemara says. He has 7 names. What 7 names? He has a lot more than 7 names. Meaning he'll come in different shapes and sizes. No end. Yetzirah, the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin says he's like a zvuv on the heart. He's like a fly on the heart. Meaning, no many times how much you shoo him away, keeps coming back, keeps coming back, keeps coming back. He's the only creature that's not scared of people. Everybody else is scared. Zvuv is not scared. The fly is not scared. So, there's a few things that you can do. First and foremost, understand you will fail. Even if you don't do it yourself, you will fail. It happens because your body's still addicted to it. That doesn't mean you're a failure. It means that your body's addicted. It's going to take a while for the body to recover. It's not just the neshama needs to recover. The body needs to recover. So you need to do a few things. Number one, you have to sleep on your side. Start with the left side, then move on to the right. Now, of course, at some point you're going to lose control of your body and probably sleep on your back, but anytime you do have control, you do have some consciousness, you do have some type of mind, then push yourself to sleep on your side. Never sleep on your stomach, never sleep on your back. 2, never ever rationalize that it's okay to do it just because it's happening anyway. When it comes out as a result of a dream, it's not to the same magnitude as when it comes out when you're doing it yourself either with somebody or without. Okay, it's never on purpose, is never the same as accidental. That's two. Third thing is, if you don't watch your eyes, you're simply just wasting your time. If you're not going to watch your eyes, you're just simply wasting your time. If you're going to go on the internet and look at every commercial, you're going to watch TV, and you're going to watch movies, and all these Power Rangers and X-Rangers and all these people that are on television that are practically wearing bodysuits, okay? You're going to watch that stuff. You're going to watch movies. You're going to watch Hollywood. You're going to walk around and look at anything that moves and doesn't move. You're wasting your time. You're never, ever going to overcome it. If you don't watch your eyes, you don't watch these two little windows that are windows to your soul, you're wasting your time. You have to watch your eyes. These are the few things. Now, at the time that you are going to sleep, right before you go to sleep, say some divrei Torah. Don't make a TV commercial the last thing you see before you go to sleep. Open a Gemara, open a Chumash, open Rabbi Zitron SHIUR, open something. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I know you're tired. That's the point. Read it, watch it, 5, 10 minutes, then go to sleep. Then go to sleep. Why? Have some divrei kodesh. That's, by the way, the reason why we do Shema Lamita. So you at least have a pasuk on your lips before you go to sleep. But the point is, have something that's going to create some chokhmah, some type of wisdom in your mind, so you have something to think about, and it's not just Hashem Yerachem, what people think about. So have a few things. These are a few tools that at least you don't do it on purpose. Eventually, if you stop doing it on purpose, the wet dreams will start becoming less and less random, less frequent. In the beginning, it could be even once a week. As you stop, you stay strong, it becomes once a month. You stay strong, it becomes once every few months. You stay strong, it can become eventually once a year or even less frequent at all. But you have to stay strong and get married. Next.
I want to just add to that, regarding, I'll tell you, to this day, when I go to sleep, majority of the times, obviously not Shabbat and Yom Tov, I have a lecture in my ear. The funny thing is sometimes you fall asleep, and then you kind of wake up a little bit, and then I'm like listening to this class, I'm like, what is this person talking about? I have no idea what's going on. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I probably fell asleep. I take out the air and you fall asleep. But sometimes it's difficult to think of Torah when you're very exhausted and tired. But to put a little thing in your, obviously make sure you don't choke yourself, put it very light so it's easy falls out. And not everybody can do this, but I'm saying I personally do it. It's very enjoyable. You do have some rabbis put you to sleep easy, very quickly. Anyways, it's not a problem. Listen to my class, put you to sleep.
Yeah, I do that with Yaron, Reuven, and the donkey. I go to sleep with him.
Very good. So at least something you're getting in your sleep.
Okay,
Okay, next question. Number 4. Okay, if one did not previously dress modestly and they knew it was wrong while doing it, do they have to do anything additional for tshuva, like a fast, or is the standard 3-step tshuva process, which includes a permanent change, enough?
The tshuva for wasting seed, the Arizal says, is 84 fasts. Now, this generation that we don't have anybody that can really do 84 fasts, so we replace it with money. Replace it with money, meaning the person needs to pay for 84 meals. So if an average meal is $5, every time a person wasted seed is $5, so it's $420. That's to make up for one wasting seed, meaning that a person needs to make wasting seed already as part of their maaseh, part of their tzedakah. Part of their money goes to wasting seed on a regular basis. Needless to say, a woman that is immodest, that caused men to waste seed, also has a very serious problem. So the solution to both of them is the same, which is what we mentioned before. Not only stop the sin, not only regret the sin, not only make sure you put a fence, but encourage other people to do tshuva for it. Why? Because if you take the money that you were going to give to some Beit Knesset to buy the 18th Sefer Torah, or you're going to take the money and you're going to go buy people sufganiyot so you get extra fat on Chanukah. You're going to take the money and save some dog that has 3 legs. Hopefully he can live another 2 years. You take the money and go save some elephant in a zoo called Charlie. Instead of that, use it to save neshamot. Use it to save neshamot. You see in the back, there's somewhere over here, there's CDs over there. Those CDs are free for you to take. Free for you to take to go listen to them. Free for you to take to give it to them. Now, they actually cost money, though. They didn't come from man. It wasn't man. They didn't come from Shemayim by themselves. They actually cost money. People paid for them. People donated. We give them for free. Same thing with the books over there. Those books are free for you to take. Enjoy them. They're good for you to read, to learn. If you know what you're talking about, you know how to read Hebrew and so on, go read them. B'ezrat Hashem, you'll enjoy them. But they also cost money. So people paid for them, and we give them for free. The mitpachot. Somebody, a woman wants to take on the mitzvah of mitpachat, to do kisur rosh. Kosher kisur rosh, she wants to put a mitpachat. We have mitpachot over there. Tzitziot. Somebody wants to take a mitzvah to protect themselves 24 hours a day and also fulfill a mitzvah by wearing a tzitzit. Those tzitziot are there. Everything is free. Now, it's not really free, but it's free for you. Point is, you want to help people do tshuva, you publicize this type of work. Real kiruv. Not Hanukkah parties, not Sifrei Torah. You could do that too. But you have to look at every money that you give as a tzedakah as an investment. It's an investment. What am I going to get more out of this? Okay, so best case scenario with the sufganiyah, he's going to say, wow, these are good sufganiyot this year. And maybe he's going to do bracha. Maybe. But with the CD, maybe he'll do tshuva. And every single mitzvah that he ever does as a result of this CD will go to my cheshbon and fix my immodesty, fix my wasting seed, and so on and so forth. So that's what people should do as a main thing, both for wasting seed and also for modesty.
I'll just add on that. It's nothing really to add, but I want to bring a point. I was once, a student of mine once came over to me and asked me, he did think of the worst sin with another person possible, with a married woman, and he wanted to do tshuva on it. So gave him the three basic things. Now we happened to be I was introducing him to a Mekubal, a Kabbalist, and I said, go, ask the Kabbalist, see what he's going to say. And the Kabbalist, told him that what you need to do is help other people in the sin that you fell. You want to know how to make a tikkun, you help other people in that particular sin. So I still remember one time I was giving a class. He comes in, he comes to the front, he's like, Rabbi, I have like 2 minutes. He puts it down, and He's like, guys, I want to tell you the serious sin of adultery. And he goes on for like 5 minutes in front of my class, going and putting on it. It's good. I was right. But I'm saying that there's that. I don't know if anybody, wants to go in the middle of the class and be like, just want to tell you how serious it's immodest or how serious it is to waste seed. But the most simplest thing is these classes exist online. There's books about it. There's things. Just help. Be like, hey, this is really cool. Listen to it. This is really fanatic. Whatever it is that you want. Whatever gets the other person close to it. Listen. You have the easiest way to make a tikkun now. Imagine what it was before this came out. Before you had technology. If you wanted to go, so it'd be like you would call people up, or call people up. If anybody knows what I'm doing over here, right? And then call them up, and they all come together, and then they give a call. Here, it's less than a second. People that don't have, you shouldn't have social media. You have social media. You share it. It's something so easy. The biggest kicker after 120, when you realize what you could accomplish with a simple click. When you realize what you could accomplish with so little, you'd be kicking yourself. I can't believe I didn't do this more. Like, why didn't I do this? I could accomplish so much. It's the hardest thing is when you see the potential that you had with the easiest thing. Okay, moving on. Next question. Can you please talk a little bit about a woman's part? Like, what if he was thinking about a particular girl? What's her avera? Or what if it was because the way the girl dressed, acted, and spoke? I believe the rabbi already spoke about this. That obviously she has a connection to that sin as well, and to the extent of how severe it is when she's involved in that sin, and how it's because of her. Now the way that it works is a woman would walk down the street, and let's say she's not 100% modest. This is something very, very fascinating. Let's say a woman walks down the street, modest ka'alacha, the whole shebang. She's modest the way it covered all places that she's supposed to. And you still have a pervert that goes and looks at her and does a sin. Did she violate anything? She didn't. She did what she was supposed to. She needed to go to buy something. It's her fault that there's a pervert over there? No. But what happens if her skirt was a little bit short? Or something was not so modest? Just by a little bit. All of a sudden she goes from patu to chayav. All of a sudden, for something so little, it changes drastically. For what she has. So yes, she is involved in the sin as well, and it's a very, very serious a level of a transgression. That's why people don't people are always speaking about them. One of the most important things for a woman is modesty. Men also is kedusha in this type of level. It's very, very important. People don't speak about this. The Torah doesn't speak about it because let's make your life miserable. That's not. There's a purpose for everything. We're in this world for a reason. One of these reasons are this is something that needs to be fixed. This is a very important. This generation is a generation that is unprecedented. The test that we have, both in modesty and in guarding our eyes in all aspects. And fashion is the highest that it ever was. and it's just growing. So it's a test that is only going to grow, and if you don't fix it, if you don't protect yourself, your children are going to follow you away, like the rabbi was saying, and their children. One of the most scariest thing is that the way that you decide to live your life is the way that your children are going to live your life. They follow more or less in the same footsteps. Obviously, you have like different extremes. But if let's say a person decides he's not going to be religious, woman decides she's not going to be religious, what is the likelihood of those children being religious? So when you're making a decision that hey, you don't believe in God, whatever it is, you're affecting your children, your grandchildren, and your great grandchildren for all eternity. For what? Because you think you know better. You think you know for sure. No one knows for sure that you could say that there's no such thing as Torah, there's no such thing as God. No one knows for sure. You could assume. You could assume this. You could assume that. No one's. So for a chash, for a safek, for a doubt, you're willing to risk your life, your children's life for all eternity. So when you think about the consequences of every single action that you do, it makes you really reconsider everything that you do. Like the way that you dress is going to affect your children. The way that when you're looking. Chazal teach us, and this is what I believe I mentioned, that if you're careful guarding your eyes, your children will be careful guarding your eyes. We have spiritual DNA just like we have, genetic DNA. The things that you work on also affects your children.
The big thing that people don't understand is that the Greeks were very smart people. Very, very smart people. So how come these smart people were so stupid at the same time? Because they didn't think that HaKadosh Baruch Hu cares about the small stuff. They thought, yeah, God's too big to care about my small little problem. God's too big to care about whether I do Netilat Yadayim. God's too big to care about kosher. He's too big. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Unfortunately, that's us too. We think that Hashem is too big to care about the small stuff. But in reality, that's what makes him big, because he does care about the small stuff. If Sarai Imenu, instead of saying to Avraham Avinu, okay, what do I need to do in order to help these guests, these 3 Arabs that came, they didn't know they're Malachim. These 3 Arabs came, they're visitors. Instead of going and setting up a whole feast for these people, if she would have said, you know what, Avraham, you do it. I'm tired. I'm tired. If Sarai Imenu said, I'm tired today. If Rivka, when Eliezer came, said, what, water? Go, it's over there. Get it on your own. It's over there, yeah. Make a right, make a left, go over there. What? I'm 3 years old. What do you want for my life? Go over there, what? If she said I'm tired, she said I'm tired, if she said I'm tired, guess what? She wouldn't be Sarah, she wouldn't be Rivka, she wouldn't be Rachel, she wouldn't be Leah. Our Imaot would not be our Imaot. There would just be some person that existed that you never heard about. If we're tired when it comes to mitzvot, guess what? We're not going to be the people that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. So every little thing is not little, it's big. In HaKadosh Baruch Hu's eyes, it's big. That's what makes a person. A righteous person is measured on the small stuff, not the big stuff. What do you do on the small stuff? Do you care about the small stuff like the big stuff? So this is what a person needs to know. When it comes to watching your eyes, it's not just about watching your eyes when the rabbi's next to you. It's easy to watch your eyes when the rabbi's next to you. Oh yeah, for the Rav, I never look. For the Rav, I'm like, for the Rav, no, just go. For the Rav. Well, he's covering. No. Watching your eyes, Rabotai Karim, is when no one's looking. And you're on a computer by yourself at night at 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you looking at? The video went on by itself. Malach HaMavet went inside, pressed on YouTube. Malach HaMavet pressed on YouTube. You have a chance. No one's there. Wife went on vacation. Everybody's on vacation. You're at 3 o'clock in the morning by yourself. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You have a chance. They just invited you to a party and she sent you a dress for $5,000, but you know it's not a modest dress. You know it's not a modest dress. Are you going to wear it? Because it's $5,000? It's the small stuff that's big. So that's it. That's what we're measured by. If a person wants to have a good world in this world and the next, they take everything seriously. Everything. If not, they're going to fail at everything.
Okay, question number 6. If a woman engaged in activities with a man that led to a man wasting seed, what is the tshuva process for the girl in addition to the 3 steps, assuming that she knew what she was doing was an avera at the time but continued doing it? I think we covered it.
We covered it already with the Sikui Rabim. You have to get other people to be religious. You have to. There's no other way. There's no way to make up for the crimes we've made. Not just in wasting seed and immodesty, in everything. Shabbat. How are you going to make up? You start keeping Shabbat now. You violated Shabbat for 20 years. How are you going to make up for 20 years of lost Shabbat? You can't go up to Shah and say, no, but I kept it. Okay, great. You kept it, but you still have a deficit of 20 years. You have a deficit of 20 years worth of Shabbat. How are you going to make it up? You have to get other people to be religious. You have to get them to listen to shiurim and do tshuva. That's the only way to make up for our crimes.
Okay. Final question that we have before the class. The Gemara says that someone who arouses himself deserves a severe punishment. Is it mutar to get aroused as a result of about thinking of your wife? You start.
So it depends how you think about your wife. Depends what you're thinking about your wife, and depends where your wife is when you're thinking it. Now the Shulchan Aruch says that if you have a dream, and you see your wife in the dream in a provocative way and it gets you hot. If you wake up and she's right next to you, don't touch her. You're not allowed. Not allowed to touch your own wife. Why? The woman you saw in your dream is not your wife. It's the Satan's wife pretending to be your wife. No woman that you're ever going to see in your dream is your wife. The only woman that's in your dream is the Satan's wife. Meaning that you have to wait until you calm down, you're not as hot anymore, and then you could be with your wife if you want. But you're not allowed to be. So that's one. So if you thought about your wife through some dream, then throw that dream in the toilet. Now, if you thought about your dream and your wife, she's right there, what do you think about? She's right next to you. You thought about your wife when she's not there, that's a little bit dangerous. Why? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay, so great. So she's beautiful, she's great, she's great. What are you going to do now? What, do you think you're allowed to waste heat on your wife? What do you think you're going to do? There's nothing you can do, so don't think. It's better to think about your wife when she's there. And that's the thing that no one wants to do. Why? That's the hard part. Why? You have to pay attention to her because she wants to talk and not just do what you want. And you have to listen and so on and so forth. That's what marriage is all about. You have to listen, she talks, you listen, she talks, and eventually you get some time to talk. The point is, Abotai, that's a relationship. That's a relationship. That's it. You want to do that? That's good. You don't want to do that, then what? You want to think about her like she's some steak? Some 16-ounce steak or something? No. So there's a right place and a right time to think about your wife. If your wife is not there, it's very dangerous to think about her in a provocative way. Obviously thinking about her in nice things, good things, oh Hashem, you're supposed to. Generally speaking, it's important also, Chazal teaches that if you're married already, if you're going to go away for an extended period of time to be together, before you go, don't go for an extended period of time without talking. Make sure that you have a solid relationship with your wife. That's really the key. There's a whole class about Shlom Bait. But the key is to make sure to know there's a time and a right place to do everything. You can't just do anything you want whenever you want. Just because it's allowed to eat doesn't mean you have to eat everything. Just because it's kosher doesn't mean you can eat as much as you want. Everything has a time and a place. That's the difference between Judaism and everything else in the world.
There's nothing really to add to that, but I'll just reiterate one point. It really depends on when you're thinking about your wife. If it's when you're intimate, then obviously not only is that allowed, that's what you're supposed to be thinking about her and no one else. But if, let's say, it's in a time when it's time of the month where you're supposed to be separated, then you're not supposed to be arousing yourself with the thoughts of your wife, obviously, because then it's going to lead to, problems. And that's why there are halachot that are set up in a certain way specifically to prevent this type of things from happening. Okay, so do you have any questions that you want to bring up? I didn't write yours.
The one thing that people ask all the time, what happens if I'm already there? I'm hot. I'm at the moment. I fell. I watched this YouTube video. I watched this whatever video. I saw this love of my life that broke my heart again. Whatever. I'm hot. I want to, whatever. What do you do? What do you do? You call Bug? Can't call me. I'm not going to pick up. That's what they did. They called me. That was the answer. What do you do? So there's a few things that you're going to learn are going to help you. And then I'll answer the question on the side of the women. When you're really aroused, first and foremost, understand that this is partly physical, partly spiritual. So sometimes learning Torah by itself is not going to help you. Why? You're already far gone. You can read the book 500 times, you don't understand a single word. You can read the Chumash, Moshe Rabbeinu, Parashat Balak, Parashat Bilam, Pinchas is killing people. You don't care. Nothing works. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and you are out of your mind. Shema Yisrael, you might as well say, Pikachu. Doesn't make a difference for you. Nothing. Day of death? What day of death? I can't wait to live right now because you want to make the sin. Why? She's right in front of you. What do? If there's a person in front of you, start screaming like a crazy person. Why? She'll run away. That's what the Gemara said. Start screaming like a crazy person, she'll run away. Why? You're not going to run away. You don't have the courage. Start screaming like a crazy person. Now, if you're by yourself, which is 99 out of 100 times, 99 out of 100 times you're by yourself, what are you going to do? If you're in a house, if you're in a place that has a shower, go in a shower, turn on only the cold water. Take a cold shower. Only cold, no warm, zero, just right away. Don't even dip into it. Jump right in. Why? As soon as your body cools down physically, your desires will cool also. If that's not enough, then take your fingers, right or left, same price, and pinch yourself in a part of your body that's relatively sensitive, usually behind the arm, behind the armpit, places that, no, don't hurt yourself, don't generate blood. We're not psychopaths. But if you're a normal human being, normal, hence the key normal, because some people like pain. That's not a normal person. If you're a normal human being, pain in general will lower your desire. Okay? So that's the other thing you can do. Third thing, like the Rabbi said, do some physical activity. Push-ups, you can't do push-ups, go on your tippy toes, up and down your tippy toes. Go up and down, up and down. After about 10, 15, if you're like me, you're already tired. You don't want to do anything. You just, best case scenario, you just want to sit down, maybe read something. Yeah, it's 15 times already in your tippy toes, Hashem already. It's not worth it, this sin. So you have to do something physical. Why? Exert some energy. Obviously, turn off the video for heaven's sake by now, if I didn't mention that. Turn off the video for heaven's sake. If you haven't turned off the video, nothing is going to work. So turn off the video, and then do everything I just said. The shower, the pinching, the things. I mean, some of the Chachamim say even other things, but I'm not going to mention it because people are going to just take it too far. But this is enough. If this still doesn't work, there's something wrong. Then we have to have a personal meeting. Something's wrong. Why? It's usually enough for most normal people. Most normal people, this is enough already. Step 1, 2, or 3. By step number 4, if you're not, there's something wrong. So it's a very, very important for a person to want to stop. That's really the biggest thing. If you don't have a desire to stop, you're just not going to stop. You're going to find any excuse in the book. You're going to find a rabbi that's going to tell you it's mutar. And I can give you a list of 5 rabbis that are going to tell you it's allowed. They all have a nice place in Gehenom, but I'm going to give you the names at least. The point is you have to want to stop. You have to want to stop. Like, for example, I smoked cigarettes for 20 years. I liked smoking cigarettes. I actually liked it. My rabbi told me, listen, you're really not allowed to smoke. I said, why not? I like it. It helps me study. I'm up at night. It's this. I had all the excuses in the world. I'm learning Torah with the cigarettes. What? What's the problem? If I don't smoke the cigarettes, I'm going to stay up. I'm going to learn Gemara. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It's like, listen, it's not Ritzon Hashem. And that was like atomic bomb for me. Why? Bottom line, this is what Hashem wants? No. Okay, so as long as you want something different from Hashem, I don't know, maybe you should start a new religion. Maybe start a new religion. You want something else from Hashem? Start a new religion. Oh. So now that I know it's not Ritzon Hashem, okay, so now I have to figure out a way to stop. Because I don't want to stop. I like it. But you find a way to stop. You like the sin. Don't say you don't like the sin. You like the sin. Rabban Gamliel says, Gemara Masechet, is it Moed Katan? I think it's Moed Katan. He says that don't say that you don't like the sin. Don't say you don't like pork. Don't say you don't like all of these different sins. Say you like it, because you do. But what is it? What can you do that your Father in heaven said it's not allowed? You understand? So the point is not that we don't like the sin. We like the sin, but it's not allowed. It's important to know it's not allowed. Now, when it comes to women, their general influence is usually more peer pressure than it is physical. Yes, it is possible in this generation to become physically addicted to intimacy, to pleasure, to being constantly with a new husband, and so on and so forth. Yes, there is an addiction that a woman can have. It's not to the same extent as men. Remember, if you want to be a Bat Israel, you have to treat yourself like one. A Bat Israel means that you are the daughter of God. Now, the daughter of God is not public property. Don't treat yourself like such. If you had a diamond that's $100 million diamond, would you throw it in the air like a baseball? No. Why? Because it's not public property. You want to protect it. You want to preserve it. If you want to be treated like a priceless jewel that you are in Hashem's eyes, don't show your stuff to the world. Don't show. You're not public property. The only thing that's allowed to show to the public is a garbage can. That's it. That's what you're allowed to show people. Garbage can. So what you have to pick. Do you want to be a Bat Israel that's a priceless jewel or a garbage can? Which one do you want? Your choice, same price. Garbage cans, you can let anyone touch, you can let anyone see, they can peek in it, you can do whatever you want with the garbage can. Well, has anybody say, no, garbage man, don't touch my garbage. It's mine. No, everybody says touch the garbage, do what you want with the garbage, just get it out of here. You want to be the garbage can in Hashem's eyes, then that's what you do. Let everybody touch you, let everybody do whatever you want with you. You want to be a Bat Israel, a priceless jewel? You have to preserve yourself. You have to treat yourself as such. Because what you do is going to carry a lot of weight for your future. How your daughter's going to carry herself, how your son's going to carry himself, how your husband's going to carry himself. Who wants to have a track record of 87 boyfriends by the time she got married? When the guy's going down the aisle, everybody's like, oh, she was my wife, she was my wife, she was my wife. I thought I was going to marry her. Who wants that? Same thing with the guys. Promiscuity is disgusting in the eyes of Hashem. So you have to treat yourself like princes and queens. How? By realizing that preserving yourself is a gdula. It's something to admire. It's admirable. It's not something that's lowly. It's not it's something that's negative. So preserve yourself in order to get an eternity of good as well as this world. Next.
I just want to add to one point to that, something that he brought out, I think that was extremely, extremely important. The concept of when a person needs to change. This is such a fundamental concept in human psychology. We don't change because we want to change. We change because we need to change. You have somebody that wants to go on a diet. Someone wants to lose weight. So how do Americans usually diet? Every other Thursday they start dieting again. Right? And then they break it and they start it again, and then they break it, they start it again. They're on the same diet for the past 100 years. They lost already 1,000 pounds because they lose 5 pounds, they gain 5 pounds. They lose 5 pounds, they gain 5 pounds. When does somebody actually lose weight? When all of a sudden go into the doctor and the doctor says, hey, if you don't stop this, you're borderline diabetes. Oh, now you're going to stop. Oh, you don't stop yet? Then by the first heart attack, there's going to be a time when you decide that you need to stop. That's when it happens. When does a person stop smoking? Not everybody has the willpower of the Rav. You know, you have some people, when they stop smoking, when the doctor tells them, you have a year left to live if you don't stop. Some people, even then, they can't stop. But you have to have, it has to be not, oh, I want to change. Even better yet, there are people that I want to change. Like, I know I need to, but I don't have that. I'm not there yet. I want to change. Chidush that people come up with. But you think about it, you really wanted anything in your life. You want to be successful, you want to work hard, you want to gain a lot of muscle, you want to lose a lot of weight, you want to be a Talmid Chacham. It has to change from a want to a need. The second that you need something, then you have a willpower. If you really want to dress modestly, yeah, maybe. But if you need to, guess what? It's going to happen. If you need to stop wasting seed, it's going to happen. If, let's say, somebody, the greatest Kabbalist alive comes over to you and says, the next time you waste seed, this person's going to die. Like, obviously, okay, this is a hypothetical, situation. Don't misquote me on this. And assuming you love this person, right? Now, obviously, be like, tell me now, Assuming you like this person, you love this person, will you ever, again, do that? No. Why? Because all of a sudden it changes from a want to a need.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because if it was a random stranger, you wouldn't care. But here, it's someone you love, so you want the person to live. Life or death is something completely different. If you want something, you will do it. If you need to, you feel like a servant to the task that you're doing. It's completely different.
So you're saying, how is that disagreeing with what I said? You just said
You're
coming to...
the opposite. You're saying, if you want, you're not going to do it. If you need to, then you're going to have that push.
person can need to do something, and a person can want to do something, And they can both do it. You have somebody that needs to smoke, and they're going to die. People do that all the time. I'm not saying it's only this or not the other. I'm saying success rate. Success rate happens when you change, when it is a need. Really? So go to any hospital and look at the people that have to go.
Look at the people that are majorly obese in America.
Yeah.
Look how many of them change their diet versus doing surgeries to remove half of their stomach or to close their, to tighten their tubes. Or
Again,
whatever.
you're not disagreeing with me. You're saying the same things in different words.
No, they aren't doing the thing. They're not doing it.
You just told me they're morbidly obese, so they need it.
But they're not doing it.
They're losing weight. Doesn't matter if they're getting a band or they're getting they're getting sucked out or they're just doing the most healthiest thing and putting the fork down. At the end of the day, they're coming to the right conclusion. We're not disagreeing. I mean, you're saying it in a different way, which is fine. You want to say it that way, but do whatever it is. We're saying the same things.
I don't think so.
I think that when it comes to mankind, the number one motivator that people have is typically fear. People don't drive fast on the highway because they're scared of getting a ticket. They're scared of getting pulled over. They're scared of having an accident. They're scared of things like that. The people don't, go on long vacations because they're scared of losing their job. They're scared of doing losing certain things that they've built up.
Most people that drive have the money to pay their tickets. Correct? If they're gonna have a car, they're gonna lease a car, they're gonna own a car, they're gonna pay maintenance.
But they still
gas.
don't drive fast because of
Because
other
they
reasons.
don't want to pay. It's not that they don't need.
No.
They don't want to. People
Again,
don't want to pay
okay, so the point is, like I said, there are many different things that cause fear. One cause is the ticket. Another cause is a car accident. What's my proof? My proof is that no one here is going to drive 150 miles an hour on the way home. Not a single person here. Not every one of your cars most likely can reach 150 miles per hour. But you're not going to drive 150 miles per hour if you're a normal person. Why? You don't want to get into a car accident. Now, you can get into a car accident. You can. And maybe you even have really, really good bags in your car that are going to pop up and save you. But you're still not going to want to do it. Why? Because you're scared. Fear is the number one motivator for people. That's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu created us. Now, as far as desire to want to do something, that can be as big as fear, but it's not naturally that way. It's not natural. You don't want things naturally more than you are scared of them. The natural instinct of a human being is to be scared of things and to operate based on fear. If a person develops something, works on themselves, they could develop a desire to actually do something and overcome their fears. But not because they just want it more than they're afraid of it. That's it. It's not that they want it when they're not scared. It's just that they overcome it. But that's it.
Okay, next question. Well, I guess we'll go this way. And does anybody here have a question? We have over here. You're not going to be on loudspeaker. You have another question?
Yeah, nothing to do with, I don't need that, nothing to do with what you said, what the topic was about, but I'm not understanding why you're constantly saying why would you take that chance, that 1% chance? That's how you get people to do what you want to do. I mean, like if I were to tell you take antifreeze and probably you're going to cure your cancer or cure all your illnesses because there's that 1% chance, you're not going to say, I'm going to take the antifreeze and because there's that 1% chance that I could be cured, but then 99% said I'll overdose and die. Or
Then, yeah, you're flipping the thing. She's saying because I said that let's say there's a 1%. Let's say people don't believe in Torah. They have to believe at least there's a possibility because they don't know. They're not the best. They don't know. They're not smarter than everybody in the world. They're not smarter. They don't know everything. Right. It's possible.
So at least 1% chance that it's true.
1%. Yeah. But you're flipping it a little bit. I hear where your logic is coming from, but you're flipping it because you're saying. Like, let's say you use the example of antifreeze cures cancer. You say go and drink antifreeze because there's a 1% chance it will cure cancer. You're flipping it from the positive angle.
So take another example. Say that if I said that you wearing black shoes will release a negative energy within your body and will result in
I think we should stay on topic.
Yeah, let's keep those
I
questions.
think we should stay on topic.
I'll answer
let's
it.
finish
let's finish this topic and
the
then we'll speak about
modesty and the
that.
Pgam HaBrit first.
Here's
and then we'll go to believing in God and all the other wonderful things that people like to deny.
The rabbi said that when you see something, it's going to stay with you forever, right?
Okay.
So doesn't that Rizal say that if you cry and you put the tears on your forehead, that it's going to erase that forever?
Ken, you're erasing sins. It's not erasing a memory. Meaning that what ends up happening is that everything gets recorded and it goes into your subconscious. So your best case scenario is to do enough mitzvot as well as do certain things that the Mekubalim recommend, whether it's taking your tears, putting on your forehead, that wipes the signs of the sin that you have. But in essence, those memories go to the back of your mind. So when you have enough Torah, in essence, what happens is that you immediately think about the Torah that you've learned and not about the sins that you've made 5-6 years ago. So that's generally what happens. It's not that the sin just disappears and you forgot that it even happened. If you made a sin, even if it's 35 years ago, somebody remembers, hey, Joe, you remember that we did 35 years ago? Now, until now, you didn't think about it. But if that Amalek comes to your house and says, remember that what we did together 35 years ago? Guess what? You're going to remember. No matter how much tshuva you did, you're going to remember it. Okay, give him the microphone again.
You said like one point, you said that tshuva, like you don't get assistance from heaven for the sin. And then you said pray for assistance. So how do you correlate those two
Okay, so
concepts?
that's a good question. So if the sages tell us that you don't get assistance for this, then why are you praying for it? So with prayer, you're able to accomplish so much. Even things that are not coming to you, you could go and you can get it. What's an example? Let's say somebody prays that they want to marry this person. And you're not supposed to pray that you want to marry this person. You want to pray that you marry the right person. But let's say somebody really wants to marry that person. If a person prays and prays and prays and prays, they'll get that. They can have the ability to change. That's the free will and that's the power of prayer. We also see this by Avraham Avinu. Avraham Avinu passed away when he was 175 because the Yitzchak and Rivka kept on praying and praying and praying for the kids. Really, the kids, Esav and Yaakov, were supposed to come 5 years later. And Avraham was supposed to pass away at the age of 180, just like Yitzchak. But why did he pass away early? Because, you already prayed. You prayed so much that I have to answer you. That's the power of prayer. And when Esav and Yaakov were 15 years old, and Esav did something that was, he went off the path, and God didn't want Abraham to see it, so that's why he took him, into that aspect. Again, it's a whole lecture in itself, that aspect. But prayer has the ability to go and give you something, even you could say to the extent that you weren't originally supposed to get it. So of course, even if someone tells you, you go to some big rabbi and tells you you're never going to get married, pray and pray and pray and pray. You keep on praying and you break the prayers. There was you're not supposed to do this, but let's say reading the palms, there's a certain Kabbalist that I know knows how to read palms. And he says he doesn't read it. Why? Because when you have somebody go and pray and say, good, amen, yehesh merabah, it changes everything. You have the power to change. That's the power that you have of prayer, even if it wasn't, originally in a line for you.
The ladies here, you guys read Tehillim on a regular basis?
Yeah.
There's a Tehillim, David HaMelech says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they're lying about me. So what are they lying about you? Who? It's the angels are lying about me. The angels are lying about David HaMelech, Kodesh Kodeshim. So Chazal says, what is David HaMelech saying here? David HaMelech says that every time a person makes a mitzvah, makes a sin, he creates an angel. Kategor, sanego. If he makes a mitzvah, he has a protective angel. Makes a avera, makes a sin, he has someone going against him. So he says, I made sins, and these angels, they're lying about me. Why are they lying about me? Because I've already done tshuva. So they're talking about the old me. So Chazal says to us that what do we learn from here? We learn from here that the prayer, Rav Dessler Alav Shalom says, when we pray, what, Hashem is going to change his mind? Hashem doesn't change his mind. What happens through prayer? What's the point of prayer? The point of prayer, Rabotai Yekarim, is not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to change his life. If the Zohar Kadosh says there's no siyata dishmaya for this sin, guess what? There's no siyata dishmaya for the sin. But for who? For the old you. The old you doesn't get siyat lishmaya. The new you, after you pray, you cry to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashem, I'm sorry. I can't believe I killed so many souls. Hashem, I'm sorry. I can't believe I caused so many young men to sin. Hashem, I'm sorry. I can't believe I went against you. Hashem, I'm sorry. You start crying for killing HaKadosh Baruch Hu's babies. Guess what? It's a new you. It's a new you. Through the tears, it's a brand new you. That person gets siyat lishmaya. That person gets whatever he wants. He can get a whole world if they want. He get 310 worlds. They want. Why? Because they have. So that's a different person. But that's the thing. The question is, did you do it? Did you do it, or you just go like a lot of people? They go to Bekneset, Shlesh Becha, and they're already thinking about their vacation. If you cry to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you get whatever you want. But like the Rav says, you have to do serious stuff, serious tshuva.
Yeah.
Yes.
If let's say,
Mike.
Oh.
Because the
Back
camera
and forth.
can't. I can hear you, but the camera can't hear
We
you.
need to thank David, first of all. I didn't say that. Thank David for setting up and arranging everything. And not only that, he stayed around to go and make sure that people hear it. So thank you very much, David.
If let's say a woman works on her sniot and like she's like very careful about it or like cares like a lot,
Okay.
will that mean like automatically that like her husband is also good in that like area, or should she like pray for him even if she's like not like married yet, like just for her like future husband?
Yeah, I mean, our Yetzirah has nothing to do with his Yetzirah, but Abali Ter Misaim Biyado. Gemara says that somebody that comes to become purified, they give him a hand from heaven. So if somebody tries to become purified in a specific mitzvah, Kadosh Baruch Hu will help that person. So if a woman wants to be pure in regards to Kedusha, the issues of Kedusha, modesty, and so on, she wants to do it, and she's doing something about it, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to help her. He's going to send her a husband that has Yirat Shamayim. He may not be perfect, but he's trying to be. He may not be the biggest, but he's trying to be. He may not be where Moshe Rabbeinu, but he's trying to be. Just like she's trying to be. She's trying to be, he's trying to be. Perfect match. But if Hashem brought her Moshe Rabbeinu and she's still trying to be something, it's not a good match. It's not a good match. So if they're both trying to be, they're both going to be. They're both trying to be, they're both going to be. But if she's trying to be and he's sleeping on the couch all day, then what do we do? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're trying to become purified, I'll give you a hand. You're trying to become purified, I'll give you a hand. I'll send you the right husband, the right kala, and so on and so forth. Gemara Masechet Sotah, page 2a, in the beginning, it says, my dear friend Sonny reminded me this morning on the plane. He says a person gets the zivug based on his ma'asav, based on his actions. Based on his actions. What did he do? He was righteous, he'll get ishat snua. He'll get a woman that's modest. He's wicked, he'll get a woman that's immodest. Why modest and immodest, not righteous? And it's supposed to be, if he's righteous, you should get a righteous woman. If he's wicked, you should get a wicked woman. Why? If he's righteous, he'll get a modest woman because she's more likely to be righteous also. But if he's wicked, he'll get an immodest. Why immodest? Because if she's immodest, she's definitely wicked. If she's immodest, she's definitely wicked. She could go to Bekneset 5 times a day. She could read the entire Tehillim 25 times a day. But if she's immodest in the eyes of Hashem, she's definitely wicked. Why? She cares less about society. She only cares about herself and what she wants and how she wants it. She cares less that she's causing other men to have hiluim, have different thoughts about her. In fact, she even likes it. She likes that men are thinking about her. She likes that the guy that's married and having some marriage problems is now thinking about this 25-year-old, this 25-year-old. He's thinking about her. So now he's thinking, maybe I shouldn't be married. I'm already having marriage problems as it is, and this 25-year-old just winked at me. She likes it. She likes that attention. So Hashem says there's no way she's righteous. So that's why a person needs to try, and if they fail, try again.
I have a question.
Before we get into that, I just want to add one
I'm
thing.
not getting into any of that.
I just want to
I
answer
sat
her
there
thing.
and I took 4 pages. Okay.
So, what I think, you should pray. You should, everything that your brother Reuven said, but in addition, pray and pray and pray. Pray for your future children. There's no such thing as prayer. Prayer doesn't go to waste. So pray as much as you possibly can. Yeah.
Okay. So we had a question from somebody earlier regarding nocturnal emissions, and that it's a natural process that occurs on a regular basis to somebody who doesn't release seed, as we phrased it. Who are we to say? I know you started off with a jab at science, and that science changes, and then you ended off saying that change is good and that change is necessary. Especially since in Mar Nevuchim it talks about what the Rabbi says in Mar Nevuchim that scientific consensus should establish a precedent above Torah or above rabbinical opinion. So, considering that, and considering that our body is naturally going through this process, who's to say that Hashem hasn't created our body with the intent of it releasing this seed, and it's not something that's not only healthy scientifically, which the Rambam says we should follow, but that we should pay attention to that mitzvah that the Hashem created our bodies like that.
Right. There's a difference. You only know the perspective of a person that weighs seed. I know the perspective of both. So while a person that knows the perspective of a person who weighs seed, he knows, wait a minute, it's the reality of not having a wet dream is impossible. Why? Because the only reality that you know is one of a person that weighs seed. So in your mind, you think that it's impossible to live a life without wasting seed, not on purpose, accidental, like while you're asleep. Why? Because that's the only reality you know. I know both realities. And I can tell you, it doesn't happen to everybody. Does it? Why doesn't it happen to everybody? Why doesn't it happen to everybody? If you don't protect your brit, and you do it electively, you choose to do it, you are training your body to physically do it on its own as well. As a result of the things you see, as a result of the things you imagine, as a result of just simply your body having a need to do it. But as Chazal teach us, in the Gemara Masechet Avodah Zarah, if you starve it, you have a small member in your body. If you starve it, it will be satiated. Meaning, if you only use it in a permissible way, your body will no longer have the same need as it did when you weren't starving it, when you were satiating it. Which means you can go to sleep naturally, comfortably, without having a fear in the world that seed will come out. Even though in the past you were. But after you've trained your body again and retrained it, and it's no longer addicted, it's no longer addicted to releasing seed, what happens? Nothing. You go to sleep like a regular person.
Maybe my question wasn't clear, but my question was more, if it's a natural occurring process, and you're saying you can train your body to control it and to avoid it.
No, what you're doing is by wasting seed, you are training it to do that. By not wasting seed, you're training it not to do it.
Nocturnal emissions when I was 13 before I knew what masturbation was, even the
Right,
word.
you're going through puberty.
Right, so it's a natural process.
It's a natural process to spit. Doesn't mean
So
you
are we
have
saying that
saliva coming out your mouth.
Hashem made a mistake there? Are we saying that
the mistake
that
you're
nocturnal
making is your
emissions
understanding.
are unnatural, that we should be sexually
The most
repressing
nat-
ourselves?
No. See, if you actually instead of reading Moreh Nevuchim, you should have gone to Kita Aleph. Kita Aleph.
I've been there. I've done that one.
No, I'm talking about Kita Aleph, meaning reading Mishneh Torah. Mishneh Torah will teach you about this particular sin. Now, if you look at Sefer Kedusha, the Sefer Kedusha will tell you something deeper than what you're saying. It'll tell you that the only reason why Kadosh Baruch Hu gave you a body is to release seed. It's the only reason you have a body. There is no other reason for you to have a body other than for the purpose of reproduction. That's the only reason. If it was not for the purpose of reproduction, Hashem would simply have spirits all over the world. Which means that yes, you're right on one aspect, that yes, it is a natural thing and it is what you were created for. But you were created to do it in a permissible way.
According to rabbinical opinion.
No, according to the Torah.
Maybe
No.
depending on scientific precedent.
According to the Torah. Not rabbinical opinion. According to the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Shofech dam ha'adam ba'adam damo yishafech. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wrote in the Torah, his words, not mine, not Yaron Reuven.
We have to extrapolate from that and understand exactly what he meant, what the text meant, depending on how you translate it and adopt it to mean whatever you need it to mean.
No, it says it 57 times.
No, I understand.
Commandments don't change if science decides and says that now, this is no
That's
longer
not
good.
my point. My point is that all of the sources that were provided today with regard to specific curses and specific attributions or what occurs if you partake in the sin are all rabbinical opinions. They've all been cited based off of rabbinical authorities.
Based off Torah sources.
But they're basing it off of Torah sources, but their opinions that of what happens if you were to do this is their opinion.
You know the difference between oral law and written law?
Yes, I do know the difference. But my point is, if you're teaching this information,
mitzvah.
Are you familiar with Jewish Community Watch?
Is that for pedophiles or something?
Yeah. So I helped start the organization. I worked with them for 4 years. We went and hunted child molesters. One of the things that I noticed was a recurring issue in this world of child molestation is that people in yeshiva were so sexually repressed. They were so cut off from the idea of being identifying with their bodies and understanding the processes, that they had to figure out a way to vent them. And that created this environment where older and more mature adults who were understanding their sexual processes more were using younger children to the extent that they were destroying their lives just because they were taught.
You have the mentality of a Hollywood superstar. I'm sorry to tell you, you have no idea what you're talking about in regards to sexuality, in regards to psychology, in regards to Torah, in regards to anything for that matter, because everything that you're saying is simply one big mistake.
I could say the same about you, but I could say the same about you.
I have facts to back me.
And now you have facts to back me.
I'm sorry you don't.
I sure
what
do.
You're saying,
We could sit down and have a longer conversation. I'd love to.
No, it's not about a long conversation. It's that if you're going to challenge the Torah, you have to come with more. These are rabbinic
I'm not challenging the Torah. I'm challenging the rabbinical sources that you're citing.
A mitzvah of wasting seed is a rabbinical mitzvah. It's just silly. It says it countless times in the Torah, starting already with Sefer Bereshit. I just use one source. I can give you over 3,000 sources. The point being is that we're not going to have enough time.
Happen naturally.
One thing has nothing to do with the other.
Sure it does. If our body's doing that naturally, then why would God do that?
Your body is urinating. Does that mean you should urinate in the middle of the street?
If your body, if you can't control a nocturnal emission, you're saying you can train it over long periods of time.
No, not long periods of time.
I know from my yeshiva years that nobody was able to control it.
I'm sorry for your yeshiva, and I'm sorry for them to have you as a student, but I'm telling you, if you come to my yeshiva, you're not going to have that problem.
Right, because I assume that you use fear.
No, I use Torah.
Which is fear. You said at the beginning that if you learn Torah, the longer you learn Torah, the more terrifying it is.
Because it's true, it's free, it's
right,
scary.
So it's fear.
If HaKadosh Baruch Hu can kill you at any moment, isn't that scary?
And this is what you were saying about teaching children at the age of 6, that they should, about Gehenna, scare them.
Yes.
So authoritarianism. Teach them to worship out of fear.
No, it's called Yirat Shamayim.
Okay.
Yirat Shamayim means fear of God. If you're not afraid of God, there's something wrong with you. That means you think you are God. If you think you are God, then you should start your own religion, maybe have some followers. There's another guy with a longer hairstyle. He also started a new religion. It's called Jesus. He started, he didn't have a good end. Gemara says that he has a nice bath right now, but tzo'aro tachat. He's taking a nice bath in boiling feces. He started a new religion too. He was Jewish too, just like you.
And he also inspired people who sit there and at the same pulpit and with the same vehemence, they say the same information, just the same, except spreading a completely different story.
First of all, it's not the same information. And you cannot compare Christianity to Judaism in one iota, because it's faulty on all different levels. But this is not the class, regardless. Let's try to keep it on topic.
Let's go on to the next question.
You have more, no? Oh, he has one.
Yeah, next question.
And then we go back to it. We have more. And then we got 3 over here.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask the Rabbi a question on like SHIUR. So you said before that typically like a woman doesn't dress modestly, it's more selfish because it doesn't care about the impact on others. So I just wanted to ask, like, I feel like a lot of people, again, I don't know, like personally don't make like such a cheshbon, like, oh, like all these other people are gonna like do certain things because of me. Specifically in the case where like some women like think they are being SHIUR, like you look at different communities like in Israel or like in New York, like the standard is always changing. So it's how do you kind of have that awareness for different people, different communities?
You always have to. I'm sorry, Bob, you want to say?
No, I'm not sure I found. The question is, what's the level of SHIUR?
It's like the standard's not always the same. So like what? Like some people might not even think that they're doing anything wrong. So then what's the like? For those types of people, they're never going to even have like the initial thought
saying,
that.
Okay, so there's some people that are modest, and some people. Let's
think they're modest.
That's all the way. And there's some people that go to Pnei Mishua Dinim. Let's call them Hasidim. Let's say they wear extra. There's halakha. And there's going above and beyond. For example, is it halakha to have long payout, long all the way down there, or is it something that's extra? So there's basic halakha. The majority of time when you go to any kiruv-related speech, the rabbis tell you the basic. They don't tell you to go to an advanced in the highest level. The basic level of what you need to do, and that is what it's required by the Torah. More than that, may blessing come upon the person. But to know the nuances of what's regular and what's extra, that's what people need to usually ask the rabbi and say, listen, I'm in this level, I live in this community, what do I need to do? What's my level? People need to figure it out. If you don't know, if the woman doesn't know, then it's like she needs to ask. You can't go into it based on ignorance and saying, okay, well, I never knew. It doesn't work that way. people need to go and you need to find out. If someone commits tax fraud and they go to the government and be like, I never knew. It was my fault, I didn't know. They're not going to be like, well, next time you better. No, they're going to punish them. So the same thing, you have to go and you have to learn the basics, the basic tzniut code based off the Torah. What's halachically required. I don't know if I answer your question, but I think, did you want to add?
The key is to always see, like I said in the beginning, always see what people say in a book. So, regardless of what community you go to, whatever the community says. Okay, the community says you're going to go to Boca Raton. Rabbi over says it's perfectly fine to wear a skirt that just barely covers the knees. Why? Because according to his opinion. Can you see it in the book? No, you're never going to find that in the book. He says it, but you're never going to find it in the book. What are you going to see in the book? You see that it starts already in the Gemara Masechet Brachot. Well, it says, Kol ha'isha erva. Anything that's supposed to be covered, if it's not covered, it's considered nakedness. So the Chachamim says, okay, so what's supposed to be covered? What's not supposed to be covered? So there's typical things. Your face is not supposed to be covered, so you're allowed to show your face. Your palms, your hands, you're allowed to cover them. But if you're already showing beyond your arm, then it's already nakedness. Same thing with your legs. If you're showing your feet, no problem. You show even the first third of your leg, up to the calf approximately, no problem. Once you start going higher, now we start having problems. Why? Because now it's starting getting closer and closer to nakedness. So the halacha is that the skirt is supposed to be 6 inches beyond the bottom of the knee after you sit down. After you sit down. Regardless of whether you're Hasidish or you're this or you're that, that's the halacha. Halacha means that's the law. Now, if your skirt barely covers the knee, or needless to say, you don't even have a skirt on and it doesn't cover anything, obviously you're not following halacha. Now, if the Chachamim already said something, that's something. In general, we should not aspire to be the minimum. Like, if you're going to go into the business world, are you going to be looking to be the lowest level employee in the company or the CEO? If you're a Jew, you're trying to be the CEO on your second day. Why? I don't want to be the lowest level employee. Same thing with halacha. Don't try to meet the absolute minimum. So if the skirt, it says 6 inches below the bottom, that shouldn't be your aspiration. That should be the minimum. That's the guideline. That's the red line. Meaning you should go for longer. In reality, your skirt should reach your ankles. That's how Bat Yisrael is supposed to walk. Not with barely playing with the red line. Don't play with the red line. Same thing goes with different things that a person does. In general, if you're constantly going to play with that red line, what's the minimum requirement, and always do the minimum, then what ends up happening is that eventually that minimum becomes smaller and smaller, and eventually you break. On the other hand, if you're too much, you're machmir on everything. It says, okay, just don't cut your payers over here. You start on your second day of Teshuva, you already have a horsetail coming out of your head. You're just started doing Teshuva, your beard is coming out, sweeping the floors. Relax. First learn the Chumash, then grow a beard. So don't be overly righteous. Know that there is certain times to ask the rabbi, what should I do, what shouldn't I do, and so on and so forth. But in generally speaking, don't just do the minimum, but don't do the maximum. Do what you're, more than the minimum, but ask your rabbi to guide you. How much more? How much more? What's the ideal? So that's a good guideline that it's across the board of the Torah. Not just about clothing, about everything. Even if somebody wants to sleep less. He wants to sleep instead of 8 hours, he wants to sleep 6. He should ask his rabbi if he's allowed. That's what it says in the Charav. Next question. Yes.
There's 2 questions over here.
In the back, yeah, behind you.
One,
Oh, say
you go first and then Yosef.
Masturbates. Is he going to go to hell?
If a person wastes seed, he will definitely go to hell. Yes.
And
unless he does tshuva.
So, my work that give a damn.
Okay, so neither does hell.
But they're Jewish and religious, and I have late girls and ladies hugging me. I don't know why. When I close the deal, they're like, wow.
Oh, well, listen, it says in the Gemara that that Genom continues to get bigger.
Yeah, you could tell them I don't, or you could tell them I have a contagious disease. Why don't you come in? I have a contagious disease. They'll stay away. But no, really what you should tell them is stand up for...
No. No, it says, no, it does actually.
Yeah. No, it's not.
I'm sorry to tell you, but the Torah does not use disgusting words. Torah uses different words. If you go to Parashat Kedoshim, it says, Kedoshim tiyu ki kadosh ani. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is kadosh, therefore you be kadosh. Which means, not only in your behavior, but also in your language. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to use any word to describe it. He's not some street gangster that's going to be up to date with the style and start saying what you say. He's going to use something. Even promiscuity, he calls kedoshim. The opposite of kadosh, he says kedoshim. Why? He says, don't be kedoshim. What do you mean? Just told me to be kedoshim. What do you mean don't be kedoshim? He goes, no. Over here, the kedoshim means don't act like a zonah. Don't act like a promiscuous person. Don't act like a promiscuous person. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu will only use specific words at specific times. If you're looking for your vocabulary, you have to look in something called Playboy or something there. There they're going to use your language. But Torah Kedusha, never going to use your language. It's never going to use your language. So you have to know. You have to look in the right book. Your language exists. It's just not in the Torah. Not in the Torah. Now, HaKadosh Baruch Hu does say, if you waste seed, you're going to have a very serious problem. So much so that the Gemara, the oral Torah, the foundation of our entire Torah, says that even if you just touch your member to urinate, not to do what you said, to urinate, and you're not married, there's no way you're going to avoid Gehenom. Even more so, if you're doing business, you have girls in your shop, right? So sometimes you guys exchange stuff, right? You give her like a paper clip or a pen or maybe some change. Shake hands. Shake hands. Perfect. Now, the Gemara Masechet Brachot. I'll tell you. I was in the corporate world too. I was on Wall Street.
I'm also on Wall Street.
Okay, sorry for you, but I was there too. Now, Gemara says a person that does business and the woman he wants to give her a change, but because he likes the way her hands look, because she has a new manicure. He has a new manicure from Jose. She got a new manicure, and he wants to give her the change slowly. 1, 2, 3, 350, 375. Why? Not because he's retarded. Because he likes the way her hands look. The Gemara says there's no way that he's going to avoid Gehenom. Why? Because if he's getting joy out of looking at our hands, for sure he's going to get joy out of looking at other things, and then he's going to waste seed. And for wasting seed, for sure he has to go to Gehenom. Why? Because Gan Eden is 60 times the size of Earth. Gehenom has no size. Why? There's more population there. And it continues to go. There's much more fans. Much more people that go there. So, what does a person do if he works on Wall Street or a person works in the corporate world? He acts like a person that wants to protect his neshama. A woman comes to me and she says, I meet a lot of people. Not all my lectures are only 50 people, 100 people. Some of my lectures have a few more. Now, sometimes the women are so excited, they want to give me a hug. Sometimes they're so excited, they want to shake my hand. Sometimes, you know what I say? I'm sorry, I'm married. And according to Judaism, I belong to my wife. I'm not allowed to touch your hand.
I'm single.
Now you're single.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know, I may be off, but based on the people that you hang around, are you in a cash advance business?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Sounds like that, but I'll tell you like this: the people that if you're hanging around Jewish people that don't care about the halakha, one of the straight, find new friends, because it's.
Oldest with them. Whatever, it doesn't make a difference.
The point is you have to.
Makes a big difference.
What everybody else is doing is not your business. What you're doing is your business. If everybody else started snorting crack on at 8 o'clock in the morning, you gonna start doing it?
No.
No. There you go. So what's the difference?
You're not talking about real because I close deals and I need a.
I close deals also.
And this thing and that and people that have girls and ladies.
Yeah.
And I need to shake their hand. They're gonna give me a hand. How am I gonna close the deal?
Wait, hold on a second. We went from they hugged me, and even though I just closed the deal, to shaking hands. Now, you can find a leniency to shake a woman's hand for business purposes if it creates different issues and so on and so forth. But you're never going to find a leniency for hugging them. You're never going to find a leniency for kissing. You're never going to find leniency for wasting
No one in a professional
seed.
setting hugs after they close a deal.
No one hugs, no one
shake,
kisses, and
fine.
no one wastes seed in front of each other in business. No one wastes seed in business. I did business. I made $1.5 million in one day of my business. So I know a little bit about business. I promise you, not day that I made $1.5 million. I didn't hug anybody. I didn't kiss anybody. I didn't waste seed. No, I didn't have the need for it. How come you do? What kind of business you in? Recruiting to it requires wasting seed?
No,
You have to hug them? You have to hug CPAs? Usually they're fat. What do you have? The point is, if you really want it, you can do it. The question is, do you want
I
it?
never gave a hug to a girl. They hugged me.
So,
Being honest with you.
okay, so next time, I know you're adorable, I want to eat you. But the reality is I can't. Why? I'm already married, so I can't eat you. But you're single, so they want to eat you. You have to say, I'm single, but I'm married to a Kadosh Baruch Hu, so you still can't eat me. That's okay. Let them think you're crazy. It's better for the whole world to think you're crazy than a Kadosh Baruch Hu think you're Rasha.
I'll tell you like this. They're not going to think you're crazy if you say this is your, especially in our liberal world, that everyone respects everyone. You could tell them you identify as a giraffe, and they'll be like, giraffes don't have hands, so I can't shake your hand. And they'll be like, well, I respect your opinion, power to the giraffes. I don't know, whatever they'll tell you. But they will respect you. Don't think that you're going to lose it out. I'll tell you once, it was once a business deal that was going on, and there were a few religious people going there. And one person went, the women were shaking, no hugs. They were in a very formal place. The one guy shook the hands. The next religious person came up over there and he said, I'm sorry, I don't shake hands because I'm an Orthodox Jew and I just saw that. You know what they thought? They're like, well, why did that guy do it? And then they were thinking about that. But ultimately, they went and they were able to not only appreciate it, but that it puts you on a higher level. It's a respect. It's especially if you people that don't, let's say, shave during the 3 weeks, for example. So you say you're doing it for a certain reason. People think we're always very focused on ourselves. For example, if you have a stain on your shirt or your suit, you're the only one who sees that. Everyone else is just thinking about themselves. You're going like this. You're so embarrassed. No one cares about you. No one cares. Everyone is so self-absorbed. So if you have a beard and you're not shaving and whatever it is, you're not shaking hand. It's a split second, but ultimately they'll respect you. Be like, you have things that you believe in, and you stand up for them. That's something to be proud of, not something to be like, I'm going to lose a deal. You're not going to lose a deal from that.
But there are also some non-Jewish religions who their religion, they do not, go out of their religion. And they could do it like we do. Yeah.
You look at the Muslims. Oh my, how they pray. They put out their magic carpet wherever they are. They bow down without any embarrassments. Without any embarrassments.
Somebody one time told me their name, and they go, look, their non-Jewish name, not their Jewish name. And I said, it's funny, because if you ask any, Muslim or any Russian or Mexican what their name is, they're not giving you an American name. They're giving you their name.
That's their schut, unfortunately. Alvai that we could do tshuva and have that. Yeah, next question in the back. Yeah,
Yosef.
Just like to say thank you so much. You guys are awesome. She'll come at night or no? All right. 5 minutes.
Well, Yaron Navi has to come 3 days before him.
Oh, okay. So I just had a quick question because you said something about Gehenom. You said that Gehenom, that eventually the soul's going to be tortured, and then eventually it's going to be destroyed from torture.
Not always, just the 7th level.
Just the 7th level. What I thought of was, from my limited knowledge of what Gehenom is, it's like more of like, for lack of better words, like a laundromat where you get purified and washed.
You went to Chabad, didn't you?
No. Well, for 2 weeks, then I ran away. But anyways, but yeah. So that's my question. Isn't Gehenom like a place like a laundromat or like purification rather than destruction?
I'll take it short. I know you're going to take the long one. The Gehenom is meant to. There's different levels of the Gehenom, right? So you have, let's say, a regular person that didn't commit the severe sins, and or a regular good Jew that maybe they messed up once or twice. They didn't do whatever they, to the level that only God knows. They go to Gehenom for X period of time, right? We say Kaddish for someone 11 months because 12 months is usually the maximum sentence for a regular good person. But there are people that either never get out of Gehenom. There are people that are in Lahem Chelek L'Olam Haba. There are people that are in Karet. There's different categories. So yes, for the majority, but there is a point where, you've just gone way too far. And the amount of Gehenom is already in a different level, a different process for you. I know Rabbi Yaron Reuven has a whole a 3-hour class?
3.5.
3.5-hour class on this topic. So,
And it's not even it's not even 1% of it. The thing is, though, is that the topic of Gehenom is similar to this, undiscussed in English language. Gehenom has, just like Gan Eden, it has 7 levels, and each level has 7 levels within it, and each level within it has 7. It's a very, very big place, and there are 7 names to Gehenom. There's Sheol, for example. If you're going to go to Parashat Korach, it mentions that Korach, the ground opened, and he went Sheola, or he went to Sheol. It's mentioned in 2 names. So what's that? What's Sheol? Sheol is one of the names of Gehenom. Tifteh is another name for Gehenom. Tzalmavet is another name for Gehenom, and so on and so forth. Across the Tanakh, there are 7 different names for Gehenom. It's not called Gehenom. Gehenom is actually a place where they did Avodah Zarah, but that they used to sacrifice children. But that's the lingo that we use in the Torah, across the Torah, for Gehenom. Gehenom has 7 names in the Torah itself, in the 5 books of Moses, as well as the other 19 in the Tanakh. There are 7 names. Now, Gehenom itself has 6 different major levels, and within them, like I said, there's chambers. Now, each sin has a signature on it. Each sin has a place that it belongs. A person does such and such sin, he goes there. A person does such and such sin, he does it. How many times he made the sin, who he did the sin with, and so on and so forth. Now, there are certain sins that they get a long sentence, meaning it's not 1 year or 2 years, it could be 5,000 years. But still, it's not forever. But there are sins that a person that commits them and does not do tshuva, the Gemara in Masechet Rosh Hashanah, page 16b and 17a, says this person will never leave Gehenom. Meaning, he goes in there and he doesn't come back. Which means, where does he go? He goes to the 7th level. And that place, there's specific sins, which is Chilul Shabbat Befaresia, Chilul Hashem, wasting seed on purpose. These are a few of the crimes that a person can make. Huh? 7th level. 7th level.
If they don't do tshuva.
If they don't do tshuva. If they do tshuva, Ashrei v'asher chelkem, they can even turn their sins into mitzvot. But if a person wasted seed and didn't do tshuva, a person violated Shabbat, didn't do tshuva, they have a very, very serious problem that's permanent. Now, that level, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want to send you there. But if a person presses Hashem, he does certain things, Hashem has to do it. Meaning, it's not that Hashem desires that a neshama get destroyed. It's simply a cause and effect. If you put your hand in the fire, it will get burned. It's not that Hashem wanted your hand to get burned. It's that you're crazy. You decide to put your hand in your fire. What is he? You're going to make a miracle for you? You can't. Meaning there's a cause and effect. A person does certain things, he has to go there. Why? Because he has, the Torah is not just the rules for us. It's rules for him too. He's limiting himself. Because if it was up to him, he'd just give everybody good, but then there's no point. There's no point to the world. So there is, generally speaking, there is punishment that's a certain amount of time frame, but there are certain things that are as if you're violating the entire Torah, which is some of the things we're talking about today, and a person needs to refrain from doing it because that's pretty much you're selling out God, in so many words. Ken?
So people that are in the workforce, everyone's getting the workforce, and you were in the corporate world. Can you share with us, you were perfect?
No, I went through Gehenom before I did tshuva. I have a CD over there to tell the story.
I don't know who you are, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know who I am either. I'm still trying to discover. No, so you see, how did I do? Okay, so here's the thing. My short version of the story is that everybody can do tshuva in 2 ways. You could do it my way, you could do it the way I'm suggesting. The way I'm suggesting is relatively painless. You listen to the words that I say because I'm using the Torah, and you do it. That's the easy way. It's hard in your eyes because it's far and everybody's the opposite and so on, but it's hard in your eyes. But it sounds impossible. Or you could do it the way I did it. One day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decided that he's going to give me a personal SHIUR. Personal SHIUR. So I went for an elective surgery, and something went wrong with the surgery. And then for the next 16 years, I've been fighting for my life. So which one do you want? You want the personal SHIUR? And I don't even know how many surgeries I did? Or do you want the words that sound impossible? Sound, but they're not impossible. They sound impossible, not impossible. So that's the difference. Everybody has to decide which shiur you want to listen to. There's 2 shiurim only. It's not, even though it's Rabbi Zitron, Rabbi Yaron, same shiur. It's on YouTube, free. But that's the one that's just words. Or there's a shiur from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shiur from HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not the same type of shiur. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't talk to us through words. He talks to us through actions. And it's not meant to scare you. It's meant to warn you that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not a public speaker that's befriending you, that's trying to be funny. He's Hashem, which means that if he gave you a test, that means that he knows for sure that you can pass it. So shaking hands in the beginning is going to be a little weird. Hugging in the beginning is going to be a little weird. Doing business in the beginning is going to be a little weird. But after a while, you get used to it. And it's not weird anymore. Where do we learn it from? Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva in the beginning, he felt weird being in a kindergarten with 4-year-olds. He didn't know how to bet. So his wife told him, listen, why don't you take a donkey, put a plant on him, grow plants on his donkey, go in the market. So that's what he did. And after a few days, he says, what's the point? She says, first day everybody looked at you? He says, yes. Everybody said, wow, look at this donkey with all these plants. Crazy. Wow, can't believe it. Second day, everybody came. He goes, no, half the people came only. Third day, 10% of the people came. After the 4th day, nobody even cared. She says, exactly. Everybody got used to it. Everybody got used to it. So in the beginning, they're going to think you're crazy. You don't hug girls at work anymore. You're not the same you anymore. You're not so cute and affectionate anymore. Guess what? After 4 days, what's up, John? What's up, Steve? How are you? How are you? No touch. No touch. She's never going to touch the CEO. She's never going to touch Donald Trump if he comes. She's never going to touch somebody that's important. Why are you treating yourself as any less? You can do it. You can do it. You lived without it. You can live without it now. You just have to want it. In the back, I think you have a few
before I
questions.
do that, though, I just want to put one point. If you have to hear this lecture. It's probably one of the best lectures you ever hear. What is it, from Wall Street to the Western Wall?
Okay.
If you take anything, take one of them.
There's a few of them. Wall Street to the Western Wall. It's one of the names for Hashem took back my millions and gave me emunah instead. That's the one that I did with Rabbi Zitron. It's on the CDs over there. The name and the lecture itself. It's a very, very inspiring story that gives you all walks of life, whether it be materialism or it be intermarriage or it be pretty much anything and everything that a person goes through. Baruch Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me a little taste of everything, and I went from one corner of the world, to a completely different corner of the world. Now, I was smart just like you, and I was young just like you, and I had all the different things just like you. I'm not like a different species. It's just that, again, Hashem gave me warning signs. I didn't listen. So Hashem said, okay, you don't want to listen, I'll give you a shiur. I'll give you a warning. Some people, he gives them that personal shiur early in their life, like he did with me at 26. I was 26, I started getting a nice personal shiur. Some people waits longer. Some people doesn't give him a shiur. Like my cousin, he died, he was 50 years old. My other cousin, he died, he was 23 years old. Hashem decided, no shiur for them. We have to go something else. So you can't rely on it. The point being is that either way, at some point, everybody discovers that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not kidding. It's just cheaper to discover it through this lecture. You understand?
You didn't hear this time. Trust me, you didn't hear this time. Listen for the first 15 minutes.
People fear. You talked about fear, right? And people, I know about fear. I went to yeshiva, and how can people still sin through tzniut, and people know all these things. So why don't
People know that they're not supposed to do drugs. People know that they're not supposed to rob. Yeah, you can't judge.
Fear is not a factor. That's what I believe. It's not a factor.
So you understand that fear exists, but you don't have it. So if you look at the book by Rabbi Israel Misalant, they gathered his letters. Rav Blazer, one of his Talmidim, put together all of his books. And Rabbi Israel Misalant writes that Yirat Shamayim is the only fear you need, but the only one that you don't have naturally. Human beings in general are afraid of everything naturally. We're afraid of bugs, we're afraid of heights, we're afraid of poverty, we're afraid of sickness, we're afraid of everything, except God. That's the one thing we're not afraid of. We're not. Tachlis, we're not afraid of it. Why? If you were automatically afraid of Hashem, there'd be no point to your life. Why? You'd be a tzaddik kamul. You'd never make a single sin. There's no point to your life. So that's the only fear that HaKadosh Baruch Hu removed from you. Everything else you have naturally. Why? Because to fear Him is to serve Him. And that, you have to work on it. Meaning that Yirat Shamayim is something that's acquired, not learned. Acquired, meaning you have to toil for it, you have to think about it, you have to delve on it, you have to meditate over it, over and over and over again, and understand why should you even be afraid b'chlal. People learn about the subject of fear, they learn that there are things to fear, but they don't actually fear because they don't do the rest of the process. So that's the point. Yirat Shamayim iotzaro. That's what the Hashem says. Yirat Shamayim, that's His treasure. What do you mean that's His treasure? The only reason why Kadosh Baruch Hu created the world is for you to be afraid of Him. If you're afraid of Him, you'll serve Him. You're not afraid of Him, you'll serve Him whenever you feel like it. Just like we serve the president. You're not afraid of Donald Trump unless he shows up. But if he's not here, you're not afraid of him. Why? You'll do whatever you want. You're not afraid of Obama or Osama. Why? Because he's not around. He's not the president. But if he was next to you, you'd be afraid. You're not afraid of Hussein. Why? He died. But if he was next to you, you'd be afraid. Meaning that fear is not real fear. It's just if he's there. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always there. But the only way we can be afraid of Him is if we understand that. And that takes a little bit of effort. A lot of effort.
Have you also learned to love Him and serve Him instead of only learning to fear Him? You do the opposite? Because, right, you could do both, but you learn about Judaism with love instead of out of fear.
There is no instead. It's either both or it's nothing.
You need both.
The highest level of fear is the beginning of love.
So you first have to learn.
First you have to live, first you have to learn who Hashem is. As soon as you understand that Hashem is God, naturally that should make you be afraid. If you're not afraid, you're crazy. So once you acquire the highest level of fear, that's the beginning of loving Him. So then you can acquire both. But you can't love Him without fearing
But
Him.
if you teach your kids, right, when you're teaching your kids, do you teach them at the beginning that to fear God or to love God, like everything that He gives you is great, and like how do you do it on a teaching level with
Do you have kids?
No, but I'm thinking of my
You have
future.
brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
Okay, when your mom told your brothers and sisters about the electric outlet, because one of them saw that the electric outlet looks really, really cool to put the finger in. What you tell them? Honey, that electric outlet may not be a good fit. Why? We're going to say, no, don't do it. Why?
Right, but my mother told me that she didn't teach it to me how to fear. She taught me in a different, she taught me in the way that, like, you're...
Depends the level of danger. And depends how much time you have.
Depends on the person, depends on a lot of things. But the short answer is you need both.
Sounds like
You need both.
Abusive?
Yeah, okay,
How many
this
kids
person
you
was
have?
waiting.
How many kids you have? How many wives do you have? Quite a few. Okay, so when you develop a relationship with a single person and have a few kids with that single person, then you could become an expert. Right now, you don't know anything from this one or from that one, so I can't really take your value or opinion.
They've been waiting back there
Go
for
ahead in the
quite
back.
some time. Sorry.
Okay, so my question is like this. We spoke about how the Shomer Brit is connected to Mazal and Parnasan, Bracha, a person's life. So there's also the concept of like Tzaddik Veralo, and we know that Tzaddik is a representation of Shomer Brit. So how does that go together? On one hand we have the concept of Tzaddik Veralo, no matter what, it's just bad. On the other hand, we're saying, if we do this mitzvah, we're going to get rewarded, and the Parnasah is going to come, and everything will work out. There's a clear concept in the Torah, Tzaddik Veralo. We may do the whole Torah, and nothing may work out, because that's just the Zardin and Shemaim.
You have to understand something. You have to understand, there's no one linear equation when it comes to heaven. There's so many, you're right, there's Tzaddik Veralo, Asher V'Tolo, there's so many different things. There's so many different concepts that we cannot even begin to say, if you do X, Y, and Z, automatically, 1,000%, this is what's going to happen. We could say, if you do good, you'll get good, you'll do bad, you'll get bad. But once you go into the details, we don't know what this person's past life. We don't know what this person's previous actions was. We don't know what the God plan is. But we know one thing. There are certain things that Torah tells us that if you do X, Y, and Z, this is what's supposed to happen. Oh, but let's say you have somebody that, let's say, tried that and didn't get to it. So again, there's so many different equations that come into play. For example, let's say somebody goes and in the medicine world, right? So they're taking some sort of drug to try to heal some sort of ailment. So they'll take it, and it's supposed to. There's a 100% accuracy. Doesn't exist, but let's say there is. But it doesn't work. Why not? Because there's another problem going on in the body that they didn't catch. So it's really that drug within a combination of another drug that they need. And then they do that, and then they see, it's like, think about it like this. Let's say somebody has a leak in the house. Let's say somebody doesn't live in their house, it's a vacation home, and they didn't winterize it. And they live in New York, so the pipes freeze. So they turn on the pipes, everything is leaking everywhere. How do you know where the leaks are? You first close the water, you find one leak, you close it. Then you open up the water, you find the next leak. And then you close that. And then you find the next leak, you close that. Oh, but the plumber says you just close the leak. And then automatically I should have the bracha flowing from my sink, the water. But what happened? Because there's a few leaks going on. Once you close off the leaks. Now, how do you know? You don't know until you start closing things up, and then you know where the leaks exist. So things are never linear when it comes to it. But there's certain things that the Torah tells us that this brings this mazal, this brings this gula, this brings this punishment.
There is also different medicines for different things. The same Gemara, Masechet Brachot, that talks about the tzaddik viralo, rasha v'tovlo. It also says that there are 7 different reasons of why HaKadosh Baruch Hu brings suffering to a person that we know of. 7 reasons. One of them is to reward him, elevate him, previous gilgul, and so on. And then there's the 8th reason. What's the 8th reason? HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I can do whatever I want. Why? I'm God. I can do whatever I want. Meaning, he has his own cheshbon of why he does it, but he doesn't want to tell you. How do we know this? He told us to Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu says, oh, how come this? He goes, Moshe, I'll do whatever I want. I'll reward and I'll punish whoever I want, however I want. Yes, you have different reasons that this puzzle piece can potentially fit here, but he's not obligated to our rules. We don't rule God. He rules us. So, generally speaking, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us certain things that if we do, certain things will come from it. But the Rambam writes that the real reward for everything is not even in this world. The only things that you get in this world is a little bit minuscule part of the reward in order to enable you to do another mitzvah or a bigger mitzvah. It's not really the reward, because there's not enough in this world to reward anything. Like the smallest mitzvah that exists, whatever it is, the reward for it is bigger than this world. Which means that whatever reward you did get out of it is not really the reward. It's just that to enable you to get another mitzvah. So that's the thing. So if we start looking at things that way, we realize, listen, I'm just here to toil, to work, to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The real reward is in the next world. You're going to stop looking for certain things. And also, when certain things don't happen your way, whether it's not getting the parnassah that you wanted, not getting this that you wanted, it's not that the mitzvah doesn't work. It's that simply HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not think that, or knows that this, what you want, doesn't require what you want. You understand? Like, you can fulfill that mitzvah without that money or without this thing. You can still fulfill that mitzvah that he wants you. So whatever reward he gave you in this world will still allow you to do whatever needs to happen. So it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all, as the Rabbi said, but generally speaking, if you ruin your brit, for sure you're creating a havoc and a whole domino effect of damage. That's for sure. If you protect your brit, in general, you're also creating a domino effect of Kedusha, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come the way that you want it at the time you want it. The Parnassah may come, but it may be 5 years from now. You understand? So that's also another thing. Next question. Somebody in the back?
I just want to remind you again regarding the pasuk. You said you were going to mention before we leave. That's one part. Other thing was, we mentioned that other than what was prescribed with regards to making up for lost time, you said that it's good to try to spread the message or get the things out to your friends and try to prevent them from doing the same thing, sort of the taken shosha b'makom elyon, to try to correct it at its source. And so this topic is a very tough sale for people in general, and it's not something that people in general want to talk about. I have a friend, for example, anytime I try to talk about this topic, he cuts me off and he just says that, he assumes that this is something that, like, if I'm not privy to it, it's not something that I'm aware of, that I'm not responsible for. How do you recommend getting around those types of issues and talking about sort of like a sensitive topic and making it more of a public thing?
Generally speaking, I recommend you don't talk. You let me do the talking. That's what I recommend. Not because I know how you talk, whether you could probably be a better speaker than I am. But since he's your friend, or your brother, or your cousin, or somebody that knows you, by default, he doesn't want to listen to you. Me, on the other hand, I'm a stranger. So by default, he's not going to feel like I'm attacking him. Why? Because I'm talking generally speaking. I'm not talking about, hey, John Stevenson, you're in a crowd. You are, I'm just talking generally. Whereas you are talking to him. So automatically he's defensive. He says, well, leave me alone. What do you want from my life? So that's number one. Don't do the talking at all. Take one of the videos, press share. That's it. And don't do any cheshbon, any accounting. Is it too much for him? Is it too little for him? Is it too... Only thing you need to do is effort. We are responsible for the effort. Pressing share. Same thing in regards to people that have the question of what happens once you get older and you can't reproduce. You can't reproduce. Are you now no longer allowed to be with your wife? No, not at all. We are responsible for the effort, not the results in this world. Meaning, you make sure that the seed goes in the right place. Whether a baby comes out of it or not is not your business. Not whether you're 20 or you're 200. Doesn't make a difference. It's not your business. That's a Kadosh Baruch Hu's business whether it succeeds or not. Your business is to do what Hashem said to do, which is the effort. Same thing with Kiruv, same thing with all of the mitzvot. You press share, and that's it. Don't do any accounting. Is it too much? Is it too little? Is he ready? Is she ready? Are they ready? No, don't do any of that stuff. Why? The Satan is going to give you all the excuses in the world to share some Care Bear story with them, and not Torah. He's going to give you every excuse in the world to share everything else but what you're supposed to. He's already doing the accounting for you, so don't do any accounting. Just press share because you know it's emet, it's true, that's it. Whether he presses it or not is not your business. Whether he presses it, listens to it, not your business. Whether he presses, listens, and follows, not your business. Your business is, you did it already. You press share. If he ends up doing all the things that are necessary, oh, wow, how much reward you're going to get. But even if he doesn't, you still get reward. Why? You did your best. You did your best.
Just to add to that, like, he was saying, like, oh, I think he was going on, like, if I'm ignorant on it, I won't get punished for it. I don't know if that's, was that what you were?
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Right. So
I ignore the topic, so yeah.
Right, so it doesn't work that, you know, like, explain to him, like, if someone, you know, through taxes or through, you know, he sells drugs to children. I didn't know. It's plants. What's the big deal? You know, like, oh, I never read. You know, like it doesn't necessarily work. But I do want to add with what the rabbi was saying regarding when it's a friend talking. Sometimes it could go very, very well, and sometimes it goes like, come on, just stop it already. It's so much easier to have somebody else speak about it. And I'll tell you what I've had done. You know, for me, I had people that say, you know, they come to my class. Before they come to my class, they give me a call, and they say, I'm bringing this friend. He has this and this thing, put it in there somehow. I do. We sneak it in. We put it in there. He says, nah, he's talking about something else. He's talking about the destruction of Jerusalem, whatever it is. And then they, you know, so then this way, it's sort of like it's not like sneaking it out. It's just like breaking him to the door, and then you speak about the topic that they're affecting. I had people that came over to me afterwards be like, wow, like this is something that I've just been dealing with. Really? Like, you know, like, no nivu'ah over here, but I don't tell them that their friend said that, but it's a little bit, be creative. You can be creative with these types of things. And even, by the way, even if you tell them, and you send them, and they listen to it and they don't change, deep down it affects the person. They might not change now, but eventually it will click into them years down the line. I have people that reach out to me that they're 60 years old. I haven't been religious for 40 years. And all of a sudden, something that the rabbis, you know, like, it stirred among them. It could have been a bunch of other things. But nothing goes for waste. Your effort doesn't go for waste. It's gonna have effect at some point down the line. Finally, I would say pray for the person. If a person is, you know, you have to realize if someone is very twistedly involved in this, like the rabbi was saying, one thing leads to another. I know people, you know, that I've dealt with on a personal level that they started off at a young age with a very big problem with this, and not like the general, like a little bit on the higher level of a problem with this, and they ended up men with like everything to that point. So it does have that. And I asked, and when I speak to them, I'm like, is it true? Because they didn't have these type of tavot, these type of temptations beforehand. So, you know, like, again, is it a science behind it? I don't know. But I'm just telling you from my experience of what I dealt with. So it's very beneficial to try, you know, the best of your ability. Yeah.
Follow up to the ignorance part. So if someone is, just a general Torah question, if someone is not aware of halakha or something, and are they still responsible for something? Because I think that's kind of the mindset that my friend has. Like, I'm not aware of that, so therefore I can't be punished for it, or I don't know it as deep as what you're explaining it to be, so therefore it's not as severe as what it should be.
Right. So like he just said, the person that doesn't know the law doesn't mean that it absolves him from the law. But even the Mishnah in Avot from almost 2,500 years ago says, Shgagat Talmud Ola Zadon. That if you make a mistake and you make a sin, not because you know. Shogeg is accidental. Shgagat Talmud Ola Zadon. But if it's shogeg because you didn't learn, meaning you elected not to learn Torah, so that Ola Zadon. Meaning that even though the sin itself was accidental, the lack of learning was on purpose. Therefore, that accidental sin is counted as a purposeful sin. So there's no get out of jail free card. There is, if a person intentionally does not know, then all of those accidental sins turn into on purpose. So it's a person that wants to play a game with Hashem. That's called V'alachti mimi bekeri. You treated Hashem with casualness. And you can look at Parashat Bechukotai or Kitavo. What happens to such people? It's actually scarier than the SHIUR. Scarier than the SHIUR. Bechukotai and Kitavo. Those two ones. They say all types of things like person can get to starvation, eat their kids, all types of wonderful things that we could talk about in a different SHIUR. But point is that all of those people that are trying to, fool Hashem, if you will, it's a very, very bad idea. And in general, also, you're going to hear sometimes where a rabbi will say that, no, it's better you don't tell them, because that way it's an accidental sin. That is a mistake, that to such an extent that the rabbi gets the sin, on top of the guy gets the sin. The rabbi also gets the sin. Why? Because he's obligated to rebuke. There's a mitzvah called Ocheach Tocheach et Amitecha. You must rebuke your people. If you don't rebuke them, you get the sin also. But on top of that, it's a Chilul Hashem, which is an additional sin. And generally speaking, its lack of knowledge does not absolve the person from rebuking. So if you know that he's sinning, doesn't mean that, he doesn't know, so it's okay. It doesn't absolve you from the crime. Even if it lowers his crime that it's accidental, you're still obligated to tell him. So by you not telling him, you're making a bigger crime than he is, in essence. So it's not helping him. It's not helping yourself either. So that's also another thing that people don't take into account. Point being is that there's no shortcuts. Nobody's going to fool Hashem. Hashem knows what he's doing.
Doesn't only apply if the person will accept the criticism? I thought that if the person, you know for a fact the person is not going to listen to your advice when you criticize them, then you still have an obligation.
That's only when it comes to rabbinical mitzvot. When it comes to biblical mitzvot like Shabbat, Kashrut, things like that, the Rambam writes in Halacha, you have to rebuke him until he beats you up. Till he hits you physically. That's how you have to rebuke him. But if it's a rabbinical, for example, Netilat Yadayim, washing your hands. You know this guy, you tell him wash your hands, he's going to start kicking you or something. You don't have to do it. You're absolved. Why? It's a rabbinical mitzvah. He has his own cheshbon with Hashem. He has his own problem. But if it's driving on Shabbat, you have a serious problem. You have to tell him. There's no, no. He's driving on Shabbat. He's not going to listen anyway. There's no such thing. Why? Because then you cancel the entire Torah. Cancel the entire Torah. No, all of Am Yisrael is a stubborn nation. Nobody wants to listen to anybody anyway. So pretty much cancel the whole Torah. So that's also the same thing with people that say, no, but everybody's doing it, so it must be okay. What? So there's 15 million Jews that are violating Shabbat, so it's okay then? 15 million people eating non-kosher, does that mean it's okay? Cancel the whole Torah. There's no such thing it's okay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew what he wrote, when he wrote it, and he knows what's okay and what's not okay. And again, everybody gets their chance. Everybody's going to be given their personal chance to see what the truth is. If they take the truth and run with it, Hashem. If not, they'll have to pay for both. Next.
Kind of the same. I have this friend. She didn't grow up at all. So she's kind of more like traditional, exploring a bit. She doesn't dress like at all really, except like if she like knows that she's like gonna see like me, let's say she'll like cover up a bit more. Do I have to share something about like SNIUT with her, because like I don't know if she's ready for it. I don't know.
She's Jewish?
Yeah. She's just not from like really.
If she's Jewish, then she means she should be ready for at least 3,300 years.
Okay, fine.
Bring her to the Thursday classes.
She's obligated to be ready.
What?
Bring her to the Thursday classes.
Yeah, bring her to Rabbi Zitron. He'll make sure she's ready by the end of the SHIUR. 1 hour, she's ready for everything.
No.
1 hour, she's ready for the entire Torah Kula.
Let me know beforehand, though.
Yeah, Divinity series, you're ready for the whole thing. You want to be Rabbanit.
But sometimes, like, let's say somebody who's smarter than me and has a lot more answers, I could get in trouble. Oh, you know, like starting a conversation, you know, and they bring up all these scientific and everything, which I don't know anything about. So how do you get into a certain like that type of conversation?
Like I said, you don't talk. You let him talk. He's a scientist.
Right.
He has a whole series about science, Torah proofs of science. Once they talk to him, if they're normal.
Yeah, but they're not gonna.
Oh, if they're not normal, then we can help
No,
them.
they're normal, but they're not gonna go and they're not gonna listen to a rabbi. They don't even listen to, you know, they don't even listen to you, hardly.
Oh, if they don't, I mean, listen,
especially not
you
even
can
a
bring a horse
rabbi.
to water. You can't force him to drink. So I mean, I have a few types of people that listen to SHIUR. Some people listen, they do tshuva. Some people listen and they take it slowly. Some people they listen and they make fun. They make fun. So each one has a different chamber. One is Gan Eden, one is another better Gan Eden, one is Gehenom. So there's a place for everybody.
Now let's say you see somebody doing Machal Shabbos and you know, but you can't tell them.
Why not?
Let's say it's your boss and you get fired.
So give him my CD. I'll tell him. Hey, to the back.
The easiest thing to do is never tell. If you feel uncomfortable, then you get discs, forward stuff. Yeah, be creative.
Give him a CD, give him a link of one of my shulim. That's it. Don't say what it's about.
You could be
Just
like,
say, this is really
this
interesting.
is, this was crazy. You have to listen
This
to it.
is
I think
really
you'll like it.
That's it.
But essentially, no matter what, be relentless in imposing your beliefs on that person until they hit you.
It's not our beliefs. It's God's beliefs.
Right, but I mean, Christians don't believe, or Hindus don't believe that.
We're not imposing on Christians or Hindus.
Right, you're imposing it on other people who don't believe that. In other
First
words, I don't believe that, right? So, is it your responsibility to rebuke me and to ridicule me? And to
No, actually, you were not allowed. We're not allowed to help you.
warn me until I hit you?
No, you were not allowed to help.
No, I'm saying you.
I'm telling you, I'm not allowed to help you.
You're not allowed to help.
No, you're considered a mean.
Okay.
A mean is somebody that causes other people to go against Hashem. Even if you wanted to do tshuva, I can't help you.
Okay.
You're in that category. So that means that you, if you want to do tshuva, you have to do by yourself.
But I'm not talking about me, per se. I'm talking about people who don't necessarily believe in what you're saying. A lot of people don't believe in what you say.
A lot of
right?
people don't believe a lot of things until
I
they
just
believe
posted
it.
a picture of you on Facebook, and they're like, "Why would you listen to that rabbi? This is all of most of my religious friends."
Like I said, you're a mean.
No. So I understand, but I'm saying that a lot of people don't follow what you're saying about this topic.
There are 8 billion people.
So you're saying that everyone here should impose what you're saying. They should impose it onto other people. Relentlessly.
There's something called Torah.
It's his extrapolation.
No, it's not. That's the thing.
It's 100% his interpretation because no other rabbis.
That's what. Of course they do so.
Go with, listen.
That's what the sources are for.
Many people do.
Like I said, you are somebody that even if you said you want to do tshuva, we're not allowed to help you because you sat here for 3 hours looking for something that's wrong. That's called amin. Amin, amachtia rabim, an apikors, all the wonderful definitions in the Torah you have. There's a whole section about you in the Rambam, Ilchot Tshuva. And he talks wonderful things about you. What kind of genom you're going to have. They're going to bathe you in Tzoarot Tachat. What are they going to do to you? You and Yeshu are going to have your own villa together.
And rabbis who don't know how to respond, and rabbis don't know how to engage, and how to have an intellectual dialogue respond like this.
This is not an...
That's okay.
No, see, when
No,
you
see,
put
the
my
problem
brothers in...
The problem is that you don't have the capacity to have a respectful dialogue with somebody
Capacity?
who's challenging you on an intellectual level.
My
But it's
son.
not an intellectual
You,
level.
my friend,
You are
I-
more emotional than anybody else. You're not speaking intellectual. You're speaking based on emotions. You're not
Nothing
speaking.
that I'm saying is based on emotion.
Yes, it is.
And when I debated you back in November, it was also not based on
It was very much emotion.
It
It was
absolutely
100%
not
emotion.
based on emotion. I have the video to back it up.
So do I.
But the point that I'm making is that if you're telling people to impose their beliefs on others relentlessly until they hit
What
the
are you
spot,
doing?
I'm doing the opposite.
So you
Exactly.
you're doing the same
You are
thing.
kofel by yourself. You're a heretic
You're
of
doing the same
yourself.
You're justifying that action.
No, you're doing the same
How
thing.
can you say what you're
Everybody does it. Everybody does it. Everybody that has an idea. Everybody has an idea, shares the idea. The difference is I have an obligation.
Sure. but
You
your
just
premise-
have no reason to exist.
Your premise is predicated on you said at the beginning, you said double check everything, right?
Yes.
Check for sources.
Check.
For,
100%.
Okay.
Check.
Do you have any data to back any of your claims up?
Everything.
What?
Everything I have.
You said that the Holocaust was because people were masturbating. Do you have data
Rabbi
to back
Aaron
that up?
Rata said it.
Who?
Rabbi Aaron Rata.
And how are you standing by that?
Yes.
So how do we know that? Because he said
Because
it?
he said it.
Oh, so therefore it's true.
Yes.
Really?
That's
That-
called
that's how you-
emunat
That's how
chachamim.
you check things?
That's called emunat chachamim, something you would know nothing about.
Those are your sources?
Chachamim?
Somebody said
See,
something?
that's the difference. The Gemara Masechet
Wait a
Shabbat
minute,
says.
you do the same thing.
Hold on.
based-
No, I'm asking.
Let me
All I'm doing is
let me
asking.
explain something to you. The Gemara Masechet Shabbat says. You know what Masechet Shabbat is?
Yes.
It's a tractate in the Gemara.
Yeah, I've heard of
Okay. So the Gemara Masechet Shabbat says the Chachamim at that time said our sages, the ones from the previous generation, they were like angels. But if they were like humans, we would be like donkeys. If they were like human, we would be less than them. We're like donkeys. They were like angels. Maybe we're like humans. The Ben Ish Chai says, if the Chachamim are considering themselves they're already donkeys, then we're less than donkeys. And if you think you're the same as Rabbi Aaron Rata, or any Chacham, even from 5 years ago, if you actually think you're the same as Rabbi Zitron, you, my friend, are a donkey. Why? Because you think you are in the same level playing field. Because you went to, you have Aleph Bet knowledge. And you read some websites and watched some YouTube videos. Okay? You read some websites and watched some YouTube videos. If you read half the material he read, then you would have be a different perspective. But here's the problem. You are one of these people that's looking for something wrong in order to justify your evil behavior. I have backup claims. You don't want to accept
the
it.
rabbi said it, and therefore it's true.
Okay, what's the problem with the rabbi? You don't have
How
enough
do you know what
chachamim.
the rabbi said is true? How can you blame the Holocaust, the slaughtering of 6 million Jews, on a natural process that human beings and all other animals
Let me
are
ask you a
taking?
question. Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. Who was at fault for the Holocaust?
Who was at fault?
Yeah.
There's a huge
Did you read
sociological
Mein Kampf?
explanation to
Did
that.
you read Mein Kampf by any chance? Oh, you didn't? So you don't know anything about the Holocaust. What do you know, YouTube?
I've read many passages from Mein Kampf.
Passages?
I've not studied the entire text.
Let me tell you
Are
something.
you trying to
Let me
appeal to
tell you
authority
something.
fallacy? Is that
No.
what you're trying to do? You're saying unless you said before that I won't know an abusive relationship unless I'm married with kids. You think that only
No,
people married with
you
kids
just don't know anything about anything.
Right.
That's
You want to disprove the Torah, but you don't know the Torah.
No, I want you to back up what you're saying.
I do back
We
it.
have,
Look
but
at
you
all
don't
my
accept the
classes.
source.
I have
Is that
source.
a rabbi said it and therefore it's true.
Yes!
So when Hindus
Look at-
come to me and they say, my shaman said
No,
it,
you
therefore it's
cannot
true.
compare a cow
When
to
Christians come
human.
to me and they said the New Testament says this, therefore it's true.
Let me ask
They
you,
threaten
your-
me just as much as they threaten
your
him.
parents
I'm
were
not
Jewish?
threatening you. I have
Your
nothing
parents
to
were
do
They
with
say
it.
if you don't accept Jesus in your life, you are going
Were
to.
your parents Jewish?
How do I know?
Were your
How do
parents
I know
Jewish?
what their Jesus says and what
Go,
you're saying?
go,
Were your
Chavo,
parents
they're
Jewish?
just like you.
I'm asking you.
Was
How can you back that up? Why can't you back that up?
no answer.
Yeah, he already.
Your parents Jewish?
Yes.
Your grandparents Jewish?
Yes.
Your great grandparents Jewish?
Probably.
So then you know better that they believed in it.
Okay, Christians.
Oh,
parents
no,
were
wait,
Jewish,
wait, before
Christians'
that.
grandparents were Jewish, Christians'
Before-
great-grandparents
Yeah,
were Jewish.
yeah, and they believe in it.
It's the same
So,
argument.
so you know better than all your ancestors.
Do we know better medically how to
you.
treat a body now than we
You.
did 1,000 years ago? Absolutely.
Okay,
Do
so
we
you
know-
think
do
that
we
you know better.
scientifically
You know
how
better.
to create medications to treat illnesses
So again-
now more than we did 2,000
So you're
years
saying
ago?
that
No,
you're
we don't.
When it was all, yeah, we do.
No,
So you,
we
I'm
don't.
asking not about we. I'm asking
Now,
about you.
the average person
I'm asking
reading
you.
a newspaper knows more than somebody knew 1,000 years ago in their entire lifetime.
I'm asking you personally. Do you claim that you know better about Judaism than your great grandparents?
I have no idea what my great-grandparents' knowledge of Judaism.
Your parents.
Probably not.
Okay, so then in your limited scope of Judaism, yet you know that you have less than your parents. I'm assuming that somehow your parents or your grandparents must have been religious. It doesn't mean anything. I know plenty of people in yeshiva that I've debated you. A lot of your knowledge of Judaism comes from Christian sources.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Actually, almost all of my texts sitting
No.
on my shelves are the Torah or Rambam or
All your
Mishnah
proofs
or
against that are the
Talmud.
same proofs that I read in Christian websites.
Any
That
more
went
on the
to
topic
this.
of
Trust me,
wasting
I've
seed,
done
we're
the
done with this
research
topic.
just as much as you.
You're wrong. I'm wrong about where my sources are coming from.
If you
I barely
claim-
have read a single thing.
If you
of
claim,
Torah.
put it this way, if your grandparents
if you do tshuva, you don't have to really
claim,
know why.
you know, they knew more than you, then maybe it will be incumbent upon you to maybe look a little bit.
Do you think your grandparents knew more about
10,000 years?
Then what's 10 years? What's 10,000 years?
No, the
meeting
point is
separate
you don't need to
species
go to
in order to
Genom at all.
create?
I'm not
Then
following them
people
based on their
recognize it.
scientific knowledge.
Okay.
I'm following them based on their
anyone done it in our
Torah knowledge.
Is it
Let me talk to you. I just want to say something online
Do it.
before it closes off. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to make one announcement, and then we'll debate whatever. But there's one announcement I need to make. I keep on forgetting that this is very, very important. There's the Torah Anytime came out with, we said that you need to learn Torah, you need to go and you need to, gain more as much as you can. Some people have a very hard time listening to an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour lectures, which you look at the rabbi sitting next to me is able to speak for many hours nonstop. So just like what Rabbi Reuven does, they cut it off into little smart little clips. Torah Anytime also, and there's plenty of WhatsApp chat. So the Torah Anytime created this amazing thing that for some people, let's say they're driving, they're going between meetings, they're taking 2 seconds, you can listen to a 1 minute class, a 2 minute little thing. So I'm going to give you this number down. Take this number. This number is very important. You go and you WhatsApp this number, the words add me. And they will add you on, and every single day you get a tiny, tiny little clip, little dose of Torah that will go and will help you. And you use that and you try to go and you spread it out. Those things are so interesting, so fabulous, so amazing. They have like music in the back. It's done very, very professionally. Strongly recommended. So take this number down. 929. Everybody, come on. We're going to wait until everybody does it.
They're just going to watch the recording to get it.
355-4268. Again, 929-355-4268. Text, WhatsApp, add me. You're not going to regret it. Every day you get a tiny, tiny class. It's fascinating. It's amazing. It's going to change your life. Amen.
Sorry, but the rabbis didn't mention to say tikkun haklali and how that helps.
There's a book over there. There's a small little book called Holy Nation that I brought you. You guys can take it for free. It has the tikkun haklali at the end, and also has different insights of the things that we discussed, and things that he can manipulate, and things that other people can learn from.
I know his problem.
His problem? He wants to sin. That's his problem.
Everyone here has an issue. When you spoke
Yeah, he
about
wants
right
to
now-
sin. That's his problem.
No. It's like from now going on till 120. It's not real to say you can't masturbate anymore. Everyone here.
They said
Are you
they're
gonna stop
gonna be-
masturbating?
No,
Let's talk
sexual
reality.
expression is
Reality, right? Let's talk
They
real.
said you're
and
gonna
not,
mess up. They said it's ups and downs. They said it themselves.
Sorry.
You're not holding yourself back.
Come sit.
No, reality.
Yeah.
From now on going on till 120.
It exists in almost all
Anyone that's
religions.
in this room.
All
I don't know why
religions
this
are
girl's
focused
here.
around this idea.
It's very.
What the heck is going on here? Whatever.
What's the problem?
Porn addiction, sex addiction. We can talk about whether or not it's beneficial or not, but the question is whether or not it's something that we should realize sociologically.
Forbidden.
To be real, let's be honest. Let's not
Just like
BS.
it's forbidden to drive on Shabbat. It's forbidden to eat pork. You can eat pork?
No.
It's delicious? It is delicious. It is
That's
delicious. Bacon is one of the most delicious things in the world.
You ever tried it?
No, but that's what it says. But if you want to taste the bacon, you can either eat a duck from Japan or a fish called shibuta in Africa. But it's delicious. It is a very delicious meat. But you're not allowed to eat it. Why? Hashem says no. Hashem says no. Meaning you have to do it. Even though it's hard, you have to do it. What's the point? It's the whole Torah. You say, no, it's allowed over here, therefore it's hard, so therefore, what do you mean? You can do that with the entire Torah.
You have to work on it. When you work on it,
The
you get
point
more.
is that you have to change your ideology.
Rabbi, I'm working on it since I gave up.
You gave up?
I didn't give up, but it's not reality.
It's not reality. There are a few things that are hurting you. Number one, you curse nonstop. The Chachamim say when your mouth is filthy, so is your bleat.
It's connected.
So is your bleat. Number one.
Hands also and
Two,
eyes.
your ideologies warped. You've mixed too much of the secular world into the religious yeshiva you learned in, and you almost view the secular world as superior. based on the way you talk. Based on the way you talk.
I won't use foul language.
So
we already gained a lot.
The point is that it's that there's no such thing as this is too hard in the Torah. There's no such thing. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that means that if he gave you a test, it must be 100% that you can do it. Why? If you can't, that would make him a vicious God. That he gave you a test that you can't pass. Meaning, he told you, son, go lift an 18-wheeler on top of your head. Now everybody knows you can't do it physically. You can't do it. So, if he gave you that test, that means he's just simply a vicious God. Now, if you think God is a vicious God, then why do you believe in him? You understand what I'm saying? So the point is that you have to understand, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you a test, that means that you can achieve it, and he knows it for sure. So the only thing that's limiting you is your own beliefs, because you're listening to the Satan instead of to Hashem. Hashem says you can do it. Satan says, no, you can't do it. It's too much. It's too big. 120 years. Who says 120 years? Kapara alecha, just this week. Do it this week. After you finish this week, do it next week. After next week, do it the next week. So it'll take about 120 years. Who says you're going to live 120 years? Worry about today. Today you can do it. Tomorrow you can do it. The next day you can do it.
Get married.
The next day you
Work
can
and
do
get
it. The
married.
next, and every day.
How old are
Every
you?
day, one day at a time.
So you ready to get married?
Every day, one day at a time. That's the way you look at it.
Work on that.
It's not just marriage.
Exactly.
Marriage by itself is not going to solve the problem. The problem is going to be solved by an ideology. You have to understand, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you a test, that means you can pass it. The people that try to simply cancel the Torah are simply, they don't care about the Torah itself, they care about the Averot. The Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin, page 63b, says, it wasn't that Am Yisrael thought that there's Avodah Zarah Mamash. Bet HaMikdash, there was a lion coming from heaven every day to eat the Korban. A lion, huge, giant, size of a mountain, coming to eat the Korban. You're going to believe in some idol that you bought from Chinatown for $15? No, right? So how come Am Yisrael went and worshipped idols? How come? So Gemara says, no, they didn't believe in the idols. So how come they did it then? They did it. How come? It says, because in reality, you know what they didn't want to do? They want to do what he does. They want Gidui Arayot. They wanted to go and make sex crimes against Hashem. But they knew that as long as the rabbis keeps rebuking, the rabbis keeps telling you this is the mitzvot, this is the averot, this is Gan Eden, this is no, you're roughing up my style. You're ruining my momentum. So what do? How do I get the rabbi not to come back? By telling him, I am an idol worshiper. Why? Well, I'm an idol worshiper. I'm an apikos. The rabbi's not going to care. He's not going to talk. He's not going to this. He gives up. Am Yisrael did this. Why? He said, we don't believe in the Avodah Zarah. But we have to stop getting the rabbis to come. How? Tell them we're idol worshippers. And that's what happened.
Think about it.
That's it. That's the mentality of an atheist. That's the mentality of Christianity. Jesus himself, what? He learned. Have you ever
been an atheist?
Can I finish? Jesus, he started by having a really good rabbi. But then he liked girls too much. So he followed his heart. He saw some girls. He said, oh, she's cute. Oh, she's cute. Oh, she's cute. Oh, she's cute. She's so sweet. He wanted to go after the girl. So the rabbi kicked him out. And then after he kicked him out, he wanted to come back. The rabbi tried testing him. He failed the test. On the third time, the rabbi ended up going to him. But at that point, he said he doesn't want. He liked to sin too much. So even though Rabbi Yehoshua ben Barachia came to him to rebuke him and tell him, he says, no, Rabbi, I'm already here. You told me that anybody that does these types of averot, you can't do tshuva. So I'm going to stay with my sin. In reality, can you do tshuva? Obviously, that's why the rabbi came. So what does it really mean? It means he likes the averot. He likes the sin. He likes being with the this. And that's it. That's the only thing. The point is that do you like the sin more than you like God? That's the only question. If you like the sin, you're never going to do tshuva. But if you understand the sin is delicious, but Hashem is even better, you'll eventually do tshuva.
You got to think of it also as like one day at a time. You're thinking of like the big picture is hard. Alcoholics, right? They do one day at a time. And they try and they work hard. People that were in drugs, they work one day at a time. Now, I'm not comparing it to alcoholism or drug addiction, even though in some levels, you can. But what you have to think about is one day. For one day, you can do it. For 5 minutes, you can do it. Like you're walking in the street, right? You want to be modest. So you want to watch your eyes. It's very hard to go. Let's say you're walking very far. It's very difficult for you to walk all the way home. Kappa. So you're very difficult to walk all the way. and but you could say, listen, 5 blocks, I could do 5 blocks. So you get the success breeds success. The more that you do it, the easier it will become.
Amen. No, I said amen for the success breeds success.
Yeah. I thought you want to move over there.
No, fine. Come. Continue.
So the concept you have to think about it. It's very hard. Every change. If you go to somebody who wants to lose a lot of weight, it'd be like, I have to lose 75 pounds. It'd be like, it's difficult to think about that. But like 2 pounds you could lose, so you work on 2 pounds, and then you work on another 2 pounds, and then you work on another 2 pounds, and eventually you do that. Most people don't become billionaires overnight. They work a little bit, and then they invest, and they work a little bit, and they invest, and they keep on trying, and they keep on working, and sometimes they lose money. It's part of the business. Sometimes they lose, sometimes they gain, and
it's the cost of doing business. Failure is the cost of doing business.
You got to think positive for the success part, not negative that it's impossible. What was that famous saying? If you say that you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't.
Michael Jordan missed more shots than he scored.
Really?
Yeah, exactly. All failures.
Lesson learned, you hog the ball.
All failures, they are necessary in order to succeed. But in general, generally speaking, if you only calculated your failures, you wouldn't get out of the house. You wouldn't get out of the house because in general, you're going to fail, more than you succeed initially in everything in life. The first time you try to write something, it comes out terrible. First time you try to say something, it comes out terrible. First time you try to do something, it comes out terrible. So if you just gave up immediately after you failed at something, you're simply not going to try anything at all. So the point is that failure is part of success. It's a necessary part of success. But the key is to have the right ideology. And the right ideology is that I'm not giving up just because I failed. I'm only going to give up if I don't believe in it. If I don't believe it's true, then why am I doing it? And that's what the atheist tries to achieve. Atheist tries to convince himself that he doesn't believe in it. Now, what happens? What happens with the atheist? Since inside him, he doesn't believe it. But he tells everybody he does. Why? Because misery likes company. So he tries to go to SHIUR Torah and convince everybody else, this is what I believe, and you should believe, and you should believe, and I believe, and you believe, I believe. He tries to do what I'm doing, just the opposite. Why? Because he doesn't want to be alone and miserable and atheist and gehinnom. So he wants to have some company, he wants to have some friends. Remember we went to SHIUR Torah together?
I have a lot of friends waiting for me.
Right, you have a lot of friends. There's plenty of them. Right. Plenty of them. Now, the point is that everybody in the moment of truth, everybody believes in God. Everybody believes in God. The question is, when are you going to admit it? When are you going to admit it? Are you going to admit it through your actions in life? Or are you going to admit it when you're looking at the abyss? Now you see, the best thing about the atheists is that they're only atheists as long as they're alive. Yeah. But as soon as they see death is staring them in the face, like if you go to the hospice, everybody's religious. Everybody's religious in a hospice center. Everybody's religious in a hospice center. There's no atheist in a hospice.
Just because somebody made a phrase that says that doesn't mean it's actually accurate.
No, it's actually true. I have people that go.
I'm sorry. Do you mind? It's just like it's the yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
The argument that the atheist is only arguing in order to argue and rationalize that he wants to commit sin is completely preposterous. I'm arguing against what you're saying because I think they're bad ideas and they're harmful to society. Okay. I respect you. I think you're a wonderful and intelligent human being, and I think that,
I don't respect you.
That you really truly believe what you're saying.
Right, but I don't respect you.
The problem is that I don't care if you respect me. I'm not here.
But no, but it should be mutual.
I wish it was, but you have your religious dogma.
No, it's not my religious dogma. It's your. It's no. You see, here's the difference between us. Let me tell you the difference between us. Let me tell you why we can't have a relationship. I deal with a lot of atheists. I deal with a lot of Christians. I deal with a lot of kufrim. I deal with a lot of people. But there are only certain types of people I don't deal with, and that's minim. Why not? You see, my beliefs, I'm going to tell you my beliefs. You could follow it, not follow it.
I think it's because you can't respond to them. I think it's because you don't have the...
I think you don't know how to listen. I think you don't know how to listen.
I really did enjoy... You're just going to attack me, and you're going to...
I'm going to tell you...
I don't play games like that.
Okay,
if you want to sit down and have a debate,
I have no interest in debating
to.
somebody like you.
I don't think that you would have the capacity.
Here's the thing.
But if
somebody,
you have to change your mind, you can talk to Rabbi Zitron. So he knows how to get in touch with me.
Get in touch with you?
But he doesn't. He just openly said he doesn't have any respect for me.
No, I don't.
Right.
The difference is I'm here to share an idea. You just want. You can't challenge. You can't challenge anything.
First of all, there are plenty of sources.
Do me a favor. Return the stuff that you took. It's not for you.
Wait, how come we're
It's
the,
not for
the
you.
longest thriving
Return it.
society and all societies fall and crush? That's my question. What?
See, now I'm telling you to return it. Now you're just a thief also.
Society falls and doesn't last.
On top of your bad midot, you're also a thief.
You can say that the Chinese have been here, but they switched dogmas.
Let me explain. Hold on. For the sake, hold on a second. For the sake of argument that we're going to finish for the night.
The problem why communist Russia failed.
When you want to lecture, you go host one yourself. Go away already. Shoo away.
It's not the Torah. That's why it failed.
Shoo away with Jesus. Go. Now.
What? The
Listen.
Torah's not communist.
Here's the difference. When somebody doesn't agree with you, that's not a problem. Somebody doesn't agree with you, it's not a problem. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. The entire Gemara is full of disagreements. Now, you're never going to see me go to an atheist SHIUR trying to convince them to believe Torah. You're never going to see a rabbi do that. Why? It's not my place. They have a mission. Let them do whatever they want. Let them do whatever they want. They want to go kill themselves, let them kill themselves. They want to go jump off a bridge, let them jump off a bridge. I'm not going to go and disturb their peace. You're never going to see a rabbi do that. But you're always going to see the atheist kofel come to SHIUR Torah. Why? Why? He can't live with himself. He can't live with himself by himself. He has to influence other people. That's why you can't deal with it, because they're Rashayim, they're evil. They're evil. It's not about I'm sharing my idea and he's sharing his idea. I reserve the place to share my idea, and those that want to listen to my idea as if it's my idea came because they want to listen to it, welcoming. Now, on the other hand, his idea, I don't want to hear his idea, so I'm not going to go to his place and share my idea at his place. But he's here to share his idea at my place. You understand? That's the difference. That's where we cannot have this normal discussions with people like that, and you have to simply minimize them, destroy them, and insult them in every way, shape, and form, just like it's idolatry itself, and it's a mitzvah from the Torah. Don't think that I was mean for a second. It's a mitzvah from the Torah to insult such a person. Mitzvah from the Torah. Just like it's a mitzvah to lay tefillin, it's a mitzvah to be modest, it's a mitzvah from the Torah to insult such a person. Why? This is a person that causes weakness among the nation. If you give him even 1 ounce of credibility, you can lose countless souls. It's better that the next time you pray, you're going to pray Amidah. You're going to pray Amidah. In Amidah, we say La minim ve la malshinim al ti tikva. We say these minim, these malshinim, may they not have any hope. What does it mean hope? So I pray for their destruction. What are we praying for? We pray for people like him to die. Every day, 3 times a day. 3 times a day you pray for him to die. Him, that guy. Yeah, you pray for him to die 3 times a day without even knowing it. Jewish soul? Jesus also had a Jewish soul.
Right, but Arab isn't it also does. So you're saying that you have to make if people who aren't religious, you have to get
No, not people who are religious. No, don't misunderstand.
It's a different category.
Don't misunderstand me. It's not me. Hold on a second. It's not me. Rambam Ilchot Shuvah, chapter 3. Halakha number 7 describes different people that are minim. One who says that there's no God, no ruler of the world, our friend over here. One who accepts the concept of a ruler but maintains that there are 2 or more, that's Christians. One who accepts that there is one master of the world but maintains that he has a body or a form, that's 4. One who maintains that he was not the sole being or the creator of existence, and 5. One who serves as a star or a constellation or entity. These 5 people are considered minim. Now these minim, he goes into a different place. These minim, in Halakha number 6 in chapter 3, the following individuals do not have a share of the world to come. Rather their souls are cut off and they're judged for their great wickedness and their sins forever. The minim, the apikosim, who deny the Torah, and so on and so forth. The point is, Rabotai, this is Halakha. It's not my opinion. My opinion is meaningless. It's worth literally 0, probably less, because it's still human at the end. But when the Torah tells us that a person like this could simply take a 3-hour shiur and turn it upside down because he's going to put a question mark in your head, it's my job, more important than the entire shiur, is to destroy him. If it was legal, I'd kill him. If it was legal, I'd kill him. Right? If the Sanhedrin was here, they'd kill him on the spot. Sanhedrin was here, they'd kill him on the spot. Why? Because this is a person that came to weaken Am Yisrael. So you have to fight such a thing. It's the fact that he's a Jewish soul. The fact that he's a Jewish soul is now secondary to how he used his Jewish soul. Once you become a murderer of neshamot, once you become a mean, that Jewish soul, okay, it's sad. It's sad that you have a Jewish soul. Why? Because that means that your Gehenom is worse than the Goy, actually. That's what it means. That's all it means. But we have an obligation to you. We have an obligation to go against you. Why? Because you are a mean. If you're a person that looks to missionize Am Yisrael to a different God, to a false God, to an atheist, to something like that, then our job is to fight. Now, somebody that believes that, simply believes it. He believes that the clock over there is God. He believes the clock is God, and you're not going to change his mind. That's not a problem. He has a problem with God, but I don't have a problem with him. Why? Because he's not trying to influence anyone. Once he tries to influence other people, now I have a problem with him. So that's the difference. This guy came to influence people. So that's why everybody should have a problem with him. That's a dangerous person.
There are certain people, it's not about intellectual debates. It's not about intellectually proving one thing over another. You know, you could tell a person straightforward. I've had conversations with this guy before. I've asked the question, have you ever had a miracle happen to you in your whole entire life? Has anybody here never had a miracle happen to them? It doesn't make sense. Like, there's every single day you could count those things. No, but he never saw any miracles. Like, when you have a certain mindset, it's not intellectual anymore. It's an agenda that they have. Now, we're not going and we're not, blasting this. We're not knocking in every church and say, "Hey, come join us." Come. We're trying to be mekarev the Jewish people based on the Torah. Again, this is not a comfortable conversation to have with people. This is not something that you're like, "Well, yeah, I enjoy speaking about this." I don't think anybody enjoys speaking about this. If they do, it's a little bit twisted.
Shouldn't be talking about it if they do.
Yeah. So we're doing this not to something as like, and as an agenda because, we want people to have a difficult life and not to enjoy life to the fullest. Chas v'shalom. Jewish people should have only the best life in this world and the next world. But the focus is this is what the law says. As if you're complaining against us. Everything is sourced. Everything is sourced. I have 3 classes. Rabbi Reuven has plenty of more classes. They're sourced. Go look them up. We source it through the Torah. We source it through Kabbalah. People don't know the difference between oral law and rabbinic law. People don't know the difference between what's Minat Torah and what they consider people just made up. People don't understand the basic concept of Judaism. When someone has a faulty understanding of Judaism, then what do you expect? But you can't convince somebody that doesn't want to be convinced, that has their own agenda of wanting to push it. It's like imagine trying to convince Hitler, and I'm not comparing anybody to anybody over here, so don't take my words out. But imagine you try to convince Hitler that the Jewish people are the chosen nation.
But I'm sorry, I have to correct you. He's worse than Hitler. He is worse than Hitler.
He's destroying people on the.
No, that's what Torah said. No, I have to correct you there. No.
He said Jews are the chosen people. I think something like
Oh, really?
No, but he also said that he's there to punish the Jews because the Jews went against God.
Yeah.
But the point is, that a person that's a mean is actually worse than Hitler. You have to know this. It's important you know this. Why? Hitler, imach shimo v'zichro, killed 6 million bodies. This guy is trying to kill a soul. A body can still go to Gan Eden. He goes, soul, he kills a soul. He doesn't go. He goes to Gehenom. You understand? This is much worse.
And by the way, I agree with what the rabbi said.
What? No.
It's not. No.
Don't desecrate the Torah like that.
He went to yeshiva. He said.
Who said this?
This is what I heard.
Rav Chaim Kanievsky didn't say this. I'm sorry, he didn't say it.
teacher told me that this is the thing as a real atheist nowadays.
There's no such thing as a real atheist, like I said. At the moment of truth, they're not going to become an atheist. The question is, when are you going to admit it? My problem is not atheism. I just simply think atheists just, are stupid. And they also love their desires. My problem is not atheism. My problem is somebody that forces his falsehood on people that are trying to learn something else. If I came to his class and I want to learn about atheism, that's one thing. I came, I welcomed it, I want it. But I didn't go to his class. He came to my class, which means that he's the one forcing his opinion on my students, not the opposite. He is actually the criminal of his own crime. That's what he's blaming me on. That's the difference. That's the difference between a normal person and not a normal person. So again, it's very, very important to know that even Rabbeinu Yonah says that there are certain people, it's a mitzvah to limut chova on them. It's a mitzvah to find them doing more sins. Meaning it's fine to look for their sins, say, oh, you're a Rasha here, you're a Rasha here, you're a Rasha here. Fine, it's mitzvah to do that. Why? Because some people are that way. Some people, you want them to get a bigger punishment. That's the mitzvah. Just like it's a mitzvah to eat kosher, it's a mitzvah to find that they're making more sins. Why? Because these people are literally murderers of neshamot. So, it's not, I hate him. If he did it. Without all of the things, he's just like another person to me. But once he starts spewing his venom out, I'm obligated to hate him. I'm obligated to. It's not I want to. I'm obligated to. Why? He's trying to kill all of you. So what do you want me to love him? Give him a kiss? Oh, kapah alecha, hey, you're my brother. What my brother? He's trying to kill all of you. You understand? So it's not, I can't love such a person. If somebody took one of your kids, Hashem Yachem, you don't have any kids, Baruch Hashem. Somebody took kids, drowned them. Okay? And I came and said, oh, I love this guy. What kind of rabbi are you? What do you mean you love this guy? You just killed my kid. Yeah, but he's such a good guy. He makes good cakes. What's wrong with you? What do you mean good cakes? He just killed somebody. You say, this guy's worse than that. He's worse than that. Why? He literally actively tries to kill neshamot. He tries to get people to go to Gehinnom.
So,
Huh?
black is like
my
number.
son to him. You weren't.
Block it.
That he's my son? No, he's not my son.
You were when you were trying to get his attention.
I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk to him in a certain point. He's not listening. He's just a person that is looking to, just like the rabbi said, he has an agenda. He has a goal. He's like a sniper. Snipers, they're not like regular soldiers. They go to the field. They hide for 5, 6, 7 days just to shoot off one shot, and then leave. For him, he did a perfect job if he acquired one soul. If one person left today with a question mark, he's perfectly happy with it. He's perfect. That's him. That's how evil he is. Missionary 100%. Missionary 100%. That's the missionary. That's why we're obligated to hate him.
Rabbi, he's going to call me tomorrow. What should I tell him?
You shouldn't answer the phone. You should put him on a block. You're not allowed to talk to him.
Block him. Block him.
You're not allowed to block. According to the
Your
Rambam.
friends from Yeshiva? From you, he went with you to Yeshiva?
No, he just took my number now. He said we're going to talk tomorrow.
Oh, so he got the soul.
He's recruited.
He got the soul. He recruited. He saw that you're the one. Apparently, he saw you as the weakest one. He saw that you're the weakest one.
Tell him, listen, I'm busy hiring CPAs. I can't talk to you right now. Call me in about a year.
You have to, according to the Rambam, you're not allowed to talk to such a person. He saw you as the weakest link. Hashem Yachem. Why? You ask some questions, you search certain things, he's like, oh, he's a good friend. All you do is influence him a little bit, do a little kiruv on him.
He has a YouTube channel.
I know.
Is he like a Jew?
Every Joe has a YouTube channel. Doesn't give you credibility.
Jews for atheists?
No, stop making a joke. But I'm meeting with. Let me tell you something seriously. Tomorrow I have a meeting. I'm doing a startup, and this late girl, she's like 21, 22-year-old, and we talk. We talk about the startup, but I flirt with her because she wants to flirt, and I can't sometimes control myself because that's her, and I don't know how to like resist because that's my personality.
So you send me a text message on WhatsApp, and I'll reply to you with my shiur about Gehinnom.
And then you send it to her.
She's Jewish also. She's not.
You study that shiur, I promise you stop for learning.
What's your number?
917-468-2324. My business cards are on the desk. My business cards are on the desk. You send me a text message to that number. I can add you to our WhatsApp groups and send you if you have any questions you could ask. And I'll be more than happy to help.
We'll do Alavit now?
Can.
Okay, we'll do Alavit. Okay.
Yalla, thank you very much for learning
thank
with
you,
me.
everybody.
Thank you, Kvod Harav. Ashrecha v'ashrecha l'kecha. We had a two-part shiur today.
So 2 parts.
Three-part shiur. Baruch Adonai le'olam. Amen.
Wait, I'm recording it too. Kol Harav, this is a special cake that we made in your. We're watching the SHIUR live, actually, by the way. But yeah.
Who wants the first cake?
So, B'ezrat Hashem, we have this cake in your name. We have the CDs being
Thank you very much.
Baruch Hashem. Tzaddikim here in Toronto. This is going to be a new beginning here for Teshuva movement among the people.